Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your kind words. I don't know if I can begin right now.
Yeah, if you are ready, begin.
Thank you. I chose to deal with two issues as per the guide. The first issue is officials doing business with the state. And the second one is on recruitment and promotion of middle management members and senior management members. I start with the first one. As part of its as part of its responsibilities of promoting professional ethics in the public service, the Public Service Commission must manage the financial disclosure framework. Particular focus must be on members of the senior management service, as the financial disclosures of other categories of employees are managed internally by the respective departments. The Public Service Commission must assess compliance with the requirement to disclose financial interests by the respective due dates. To establish whether all SMS members in the respective departments submitted their financial disclosure forms and whether these forms were submitted on time to the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission must then verify if all financial interests have been disclosed and ascertain if there is any conflicts of interest, potential or actual conflicts of interest. The Public Service Commission must compile departmental reports with findings and recommendations to be submitted to all executive authorities. In line with Section 196, subsection 6 of the Constitution, the Public Service Commission must table the report on compliance with the financial disclosure framework to Parliament and provincial legislatures. This report would enable the Public Service Commission to promote ethical conduct, accountability, and transparency in the public service by reporting on the extent to which SMS members in the public service complied with the provisions of the framework. Regulation 18, Sub-Regulation 1 and Sub-Regulation 2 of the Public Service Regulations 2016. Conducting business with an organ of state has been outlawed in terms of Regulation 3, paragraph C of the Public Service Regulations 2016 and Section 8, subsection 2 of the Public Administration Management Act 11 of 2014, PAMA. A finding of actual conflicts of interest may, in terms of Section 8, subsection 3 of PAMA, lead to criminal prosecution of the affected official. It also constitutes serious misconduct that may lead to dismissal of the affected official from the public service. Compliance with the requirement to take action and report back to the Public Service Commission on the details of the action taken. It has been noted that it is not always possible for executive authorities to revert to the Public Service Commission within the stipulated time frame of 30 days. This is in view of the internal departmental processes that need to be followed when processing the recommendations of the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission is continuously inundated with requests for the extension of this period. Recommendations. The relevant executive authorities must act decisively against these HODs who do not comply with the framework in order to engender the culture of compliance from the top. Repeat offenders must be dealt with more harshly when actions are taken against them. Ethics officers must periodically consult the Central Supplier Database of National Treasury to check if companies linked to SMS public servants do not appear thereon and advise the affected employees accordingly about the implications thereof. In case of actual conflicts of interest, the relevant executive authorities must initiate investigations for purposes of disciplinary inquiry in terms of the directive on conducting business with an organ of state, which was issued by the Minister for Public Service and Administration in January 2017. Where appropriate, criminal cases must be opened with the South African Police Service against the affected SMS members in terms of Section 8, subsection 3 of PAMA. In cases of non-compliance with Section 30 of the Public Service Act 1994 as amended, the executive authorities must invoke the provisions of Section 31 of the same Act. The executive authorities must, within 30 days of receipt of the Public Service Commission's report, at least acknowledge receipt of the Public Service Commission's report and provide an indication on how the recommendations will be dealt with. Then I move on to the next topic, recruitment or promotion of personnel at middle and senior management without proper qualifications and skills, as much as they might have experience. The Constitution makes reference to recommendations in the context of grievances. Section 196, subsection 4, paragraph F, item 2, and determines as follows. The Public Service Commission, either of its own accord or on receipt of any complaint, investigate grievances of employees in the public service concerning of official acts or omissions and to recommend appropriate remedies. In addition, Section 35 of the Public Service Act 1994, as amended, determines the following. Subsection 1, for the purposes of asserting his or her right to have his or her complaint or grievance concerning an official act or omission investigated and considered by the Commission, an employee may lodge that complaint or grievance with the relevant executive authority under the prescribed circumstances, on the prescribed conditions, and in the prescribed manner. And if that complaint or grievance is not resolved to the satisfaction of such an employee, that executive authority shall submit the complaint or grievance to the Commission in the prescribed manner and at the prescribed time or within prescribed or within the prescribed period. After the Commission has investigated and considered any such complaint or grievance, the Commission may recommend that the relevant executive authority acts in terms of a particular provision or particular provisions of this Act or any other law if, having regard to the circumstances of the case, the Commission considers it appropriate to make such a recommendation. In the interest of upholding Section 195, subsection 1, paragraph B, paragraph F, paragraph H, and paragraph I of the Constitution, it is imperative that executive authorities as well as HODs, together with staff vital to the recruitment and selection of personnel, understand the implications of non-compliance with the applicable legislative and regulatory framework. Compliance with prescripts will prevent irregular appointments and the time and or costs involved in correcting such a recruitment and selection process. Mandatory requirements for appointment. Public Service Act 1994 as amended. Section 10, no person shall be appointed permanently unless he or she is a South African citizen or permanent resident and a fit and proper person. Section 11. Appointments must be made with due regard to equality and the democratic values and principles enshrined in the Constitution, whilst all persons who applied and qualify for the appointment concerned shall be considered. Furthermore, the evaluation of persons shall be based on training, skills, competence, knowledge, and the need to redress in accordance with the Employment Equity Act 1998, number 55 of 1998, the imbalances of the past. Public Service Regulations, Chapter 1, Regulation 7, Sub-Regulation 3. If the executive authority or employee to whom the power or duty has been delegated deviates from the panel's recommendations, the reasons for the deviation must be recorded in writing. Public Service Regulations, Chapter 4, Part 4, Regulation 67, Sub-Regulation 9. Before making a decision on an appointment, an executive authority shall make sure that the candidate qualifies in all aspects for the post and that the claims by the candidate in his or her application have been verified. SMS Handbook, Chapter 6. Following Cabinet's concurrence, the relevant executive authority is responsible for issuing an appointment letter to the successful candidate, which should include the following: provisions of the Act in accordance with which the appointment is effected and probation period, term of contract and salary per annum, indicate need to sign an employment contract and enter into a performance agreement, date of assumption of duty, requirement to disclose, requirement to disclose financial interests within 1 month after appointment, non-compliance with mandatory requirements for appointment would render the appointment to be irregular. The conduct of the officials involved in such an irregular appointment would be tantamount to deviant behavior. Deviant behavior is that conduct which is inconsistent with the Constitution of South Africa, number 108 of 1996, and other legal prescripts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe. Now I'm going to allow honorable members to ask you some questions. As I've said earlier, each member will introduce himself or herself before asking you the question.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Gibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Tembe, good morning.
Morning, Honorable Kibi.
I am Miriam Gibi, a member of the subcommittee and also a member of the panel. I have one question for you, Mr. Tembe. Do you know of any situation whereby officials deviate from the legislation and do business with the state? What examples can you give us here today? I thank you, Mr. Tembe.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. There are actually various cases where officials have been doing business with the state. Where I come from in the Department of Education, many were found to be involved in the National Schools Nutrition Program. where they would have companies registered to supply food items to various schools on that program. And also learner transportation, where they would provide transportation. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe.
Members know that they are following one another in terms of asking questions. I'm not going to say, come in, you know that it's your term after the one honorable member has answered, or asked the question. So this is now your turn, Honorable Maloman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Ntate Tembe.
Good morning, Honorable Maloman.
My follow-up question, Ntate Tembe, it will be based on your first choice, which deals with the officials doing business with the state. My question is, which steps does the Public Service Commission take to verify financial disclosures and to ascertain whether an official is doing or not doing business with the state? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maloman. The requirement is that SMS members or senior management members, especially the HODs and DDGs, have to submit their disclosure forms to the Public Service Commission in order for the Commission to verify the information which is disclosed on the forms. So that is the way in which it is done. And after the Commission has assessed those forms and verified that information, the Commission then it deals with it accordingly. But the other way in which it's done is that SMM members who rank below the level of DDG and HOD, those ones, their assessments are done by the HOD, who then has to send them to the Commission for assessment. But what I had to say in the first part of my question is that after the verification has been done for the HODs and the DDGs, the Commission must send back a report to the executive authority. It could be the minister or the MEC, with recommendations as to what needs to be done if linkages happen to be found between what has been disclosed, and if for instance there is a conflict of interest, the Commission has to indicate that to the executive authority with recommendations as to how that should be corrected. Thank you, Honorable Maloman.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And good morning, Mr. Tembe.
Good morning.
My name is Honorable Telly Swamgweba. Thank you very much, Mr. Tembe, with your presentation, and especially the last part of it. My question then to you is that how can the Public Service Commission verify whether someone was appointed irregularly after a complaint has been lodged with the Public Service Commission? And the second question, what procedural steps would it follow to determine the veracity of an appointment? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkweba. As I said in the presentation, unfortunately, what happens is that, you know, people who apply from outside the departments normally don't have information that relates to the other candidates. But when the process has been flawed internally, it's easy because a public servant internally in that department would lodge a complaint. And in terms of section 196, subsection 4, paragraph 6, item 2, section 196, subsection 4, paragraph F, item 2. The commission has to investigate the complaint and recommend appropriate remedies. As to what procedural steps would be taken, in terms of HR policies, there must be job descriptions, there must be job evaluation, there must be job grading. But in the advertisement, there must be the inherent requirements of the job must be clearly specified. And also what qualifications are needed or expected from candidates to be able to apply for the job. So the Public Service Commission would have to obtain the advertisement with job specifications that related to the job and whether the advertisement was done according to those specifications or not. And thereafter, the Public Service Commission can give directions as to what has to be corrected and how it has to be corrected. Give those directions to the executive authority in that case. Thank you, Honorable Mkweba.
Thank you very much. And Tembe, my name is Honorable Rosina Komani, the member of the Portfolio Committee of Public Service and Administration, and equally a member of this part of the panel of this interview today. Then my question would then be, the Public Service Commission functions are aimed at, amongst others, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. In your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the Public Service Commission reposition itself to make an impact that, given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing the public administration? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Komani. Yes, I think that the Public Service Commission is making an impact, but I say so understanding full well that the Public Service Commission plays an oversight role. An oversight role in respect of the public service the Department of the Public Service Administration and other departments. So I think that they are doing well in executing their duties as an oversight institution. But in order for the Commission to improve its impact on the public service, I think that there must be more cooperation between various government departments and the Public Service Commission, insofar as the directions, advice, and all recommendations which the Public Service Commission gives to these departments. Thank you, Honorable Koman.
Welcome, Mr. Tembe. My name is Honorable Mzwaka Spisi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also a member of the subcommittee. My question will be divided into two, so I will invite you to listen carefully. The national framework towards the implementation of professionalism of the public sector makes specific proposals to stabilize public administration by ensuring personnel are appointed on merit-based recruitment and selection in the public service. So Section 196, subsection B and D of the Constitution mandate the PSC to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the administration and personnel practices in the public service. Therefore, my first question is, what is your understanding of the framework towards professionalizing the public service? And second question is, what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring implementation of the national framework towards professionalizing? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibisi. My understanding of professionalizing the public service, first of all, would relate to the fact that public servants, first of all, must be properly qualified for the work that they are employed to do. Secondly, they should be people who, by themselves, in addition to what the Commission does, by themselves, who uphold a high standard of professional ethics, in their dealings with the public. But what the Public Service Commission would do, I think, to ensure that professionalization happens, I think it would be to work together with other state agencies like the National School of Government to ensure that correct and appropriate on-job training courses are offered to the public servants. But also, when public servants are found to be are involved in wrongdoing, they must be disciplined to set an example so that they don't repeat whatever wrongdoing that they might have been involved in. Thank you, Honorable Sibisi.
Dumelang and Tate Tembe. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration and a member of the subcommittee. I also have two questions for you around the Public Service Commission. So based on the research that you did in preparation for this interview, if you were given the post that you're applying for, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, how can the independence of the administration of the Public Service Commission be protected and safeguarded, given that officials in the commission are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994? I hope you got my question, sir. Or you want me to repeat them again?
Yes, please, Honorable.
All right, okay. So the first part of the question is, based on the research that you did around the Public Service Commission in preparation for the interview, if you were given this post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? That's the first one. Did you get it?
Yes.
All right. And the second part of the question is, how can the independence of the administration of the Public Service Commission be protected and safeguarded, given that officials of the Public Service Commission are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Gondwe. My immediate priority, if I have to be appointed to the commission, would be working with my colleagues in the public service and also colleagues in the Department of Public Service and Administration. It would be to make sure that we breathe life to all of these values and principles set out in Section 195. Not only narrate them when the occasion permits, but to make sure that the public servants are held to the standards which are required by those values and those principles. So that would be my vision as to how I would protect the independence of the commission. I think that the commission, I think that the constitution is clear that all other public institutions, including organs of state, have to respect and protect the independence and the dignity of the Public Service Commission. And the Constitution even says that that has to be done by legislative means and other means that are available to those organs of state to ensure that the Commission is independent. So I would, my task would, with my colleagues would be to ensure that the provisions of the constitutions are complied with insofar as the independence of the commission is concerned. So my own view, this is my own view, is that there is nothing untowards with the officials of the Public Service Commission being employed in terms of the public service and administration, because, you know, in South Africa, it's not about, I mean, we have volumes of legislation, but where we lack is in compliance. So if all the legislative prescripts which are available are complied with, you know, the officials of the Public Service Commission being employed in terms of the Public Service Act, you know, their integrity and ethics would not be compromised by virtue of the fact that they are employed in terms of this act. Thank you, Honorable Gondwe.
Mr. Tembe, is now my turn as the chairperson to ask you the question, but I will preamble my question first. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, investigative function of the public service and administration practices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. Now, my question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service? Or let me zoom again straight to the question and leave the preamble. How can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My proposal would be that in the Public Service Commission, I know that there is a branch that deals with integrity and ethics. I would propose that officials who are employed in that branch work hand in hand with the ethics officers who are stationed in the various departments to come up with various strategies which would help the government combat curb corruption and other wrongdoing that is going on in various public service departments. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe. Mr. Tembe, is there any comment you want to make to the panel or a question?
No, Honorable Chairperson, I have none.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tembe. We are through now with the interview. You may leave now. Thank you very much. You will hear, of course, after all the interviews have been conducted and completed, you will hear the results of this interview. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to you all, honorable members. Thank you very much.
That is the best of Basutu. Basutu, honorable Conde. Babuang fair. Oh, you know that I'm the chair, okay. But my name is Jojo James. I'm chairing this interview panel. I want to first of all welcome you to this interview and put you at ease, relax. If you need to have a sip of water, you are allowed to do that. This interview, first of all, is going to be practical. But we will welcome you as you give this practical part of your interview, mixing it with practice. So honorable members are going to ask you questions and they are going to introduce themselves as they ask you questions. Once again, feel free, relax. We are not here to put you on the spot, but we must ask you necessary questions in the interview. Honorable Kondwe? Oh, yes. He must, I'm rushing, sorry, sorry, Mr. Sfuba. I'm just rushing now and thinking about the next person. Sorry for that. You must give us now your practical presentation. The floor is yours now. You can begin your presentation. Of course, put your mic on as you give this presentation.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Am I audible now? I think it's okay.
I think I can hear you. Honorable Gibi, can you hear Honorable Sfuba there?
Oh, thank you, Chair. And, good morning, honorable members.
Can you go closer to the mic?
I have my writing pad here. Let me put
Papa, give you a right here.
Okay. I hope that's better.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
better.
Relax, Mr. Sfuba, don't feel threatened.
No, thank you, sir. I'm relaxed.
You are honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be doing a presentation on deviant behavior. Sorry. You assist me. The cord, I think, is loose. I think it's short. Yeah, it is short. It was supposed to be. Should I place it like what? So how do I do it? Scroll, okay. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I'll be doing a presentation on deviant behavior in the public service. I'll be looking specifically at deviant behavior as regards those employees, officials, or officials who do business with the state, and also as regards management of discipline in the public service. I'll go to introduction, and we requested in the paper sent to us to do a brief definition of deviant behavior. So deviant behavior is described as a form of behavior that goes beyond the expected or approved behavior of the group. That is a behavior that deviates from the social norm. Now, sociologists view deviance as neither good nor bad, but one that must be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. It can be described as behavior that is different or unexpected and may elicit positive or negative responses. According to this view, therefore, examples of deviant behavior might include things like gambling, addiction, and excessive drinking of alcohol. But legally, deviant behavior refers to activities that are disproved by society and which have, sorry, Chairperson, that, oh, yeah, we're back again. I think the screen was off there. Okay, continue. Legally, deviant behavior refers to activities that are disapproved by society and which have legal consequences. Now, examples of these will include involvement in illegal activities such as illegal hunting, driving a motor vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating substances, and things like theft. These are viewed as behaviors that cause harm to society and which attract a legal sanction. This presentation will therefore look at how the Public Service Commission, and after called the Commission, should deal with deviant behavior in the public service in relation to 1, officials doing business with the state, and 2, discipline management within 60 days for middle management and 90 days for senior management. Now, if we start with officials doing business with the state, Regulation 19 of the Public Service Regulations requires that employees in the public service must disclose their financial interest. Now, through a ministerial determination and directive, certain employees are required to disclose their financial interest. These are employees who are on the senior management level at level 13 and above, middle management levels 11 and 12, ethics officers, supply chain members, financial unit members, and officials at the Commission. The Commission is mandated by legislation to scrutinize the submissions of financial interests of senior managers and other categories of employees in the public service for possible conflicts of interest. Now, in terms of the financial disclosure framework, any designated employee who fails to disclose his or her interest or willfully provides incorrect or misleading information can be charged with misconduct. The departments are also expected to take action against those employees who are found to have conflicts of interest, including those officials found to be doing business with the state. Now, partly due to the intervention or identification by the Commission and departments of the unacceptably high number of officials found to be doing business with the state, Parliament enacted the public, sorry, I'm not sure what I should. Oh, it's back on again. Is it me? Oh, sorry. This technology sometimes. All right, now partly due to the identification by the Commission and departments of the unacceptably high number of officials found to be doing business with the state, Parliament enacted the Public Administration and Management Act, which is called PAMA, of 2014, amongst other things, which amongst other things prohibits officials from doing business with the state. Now, continuation of the discussion, Regulation 13C of the Public Regulations Act of 2016 prohibits officials from conducting business with an organ of state. Section 8 of PAMA criminalizes the conducting of business by officials with the organ of state. Therefore, such conduct not only attracts disciplinary action by the department, but also a criminal sanction, which is now involved the criminal justice system. In an endeavor to detect corruption and restore ethical behavior, lifestyle audits are now going to be compulsory. This was effective from the 1st of April 2002. The Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit, which is commonly known as DAO, was established within the within the Department of Public Administration. Together with the National Prosecuting Authority and the South African Police Services, they play a vital role in combating such practices. The Commission itself is required to continue to monitor and evaluate the situation with a view to combat any corrupt activities. The Commission therefore plays an oversight role in raising awareness among public servants and society at large. Now, going to the second issue, that is the management of discipline. I start off there by saying discipline is the responsibility of management. Now, effective discipline reflects proper leadership based on a clear and consistent policy. The disciplinary code and procedure for the public service, Resolution 1 of 2003 of the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, the Code of Good Practice in Schedule 8 of the Labor Relations Act, the Constitution, the SMS Handbook, and the Guide on Managing Discipline in the Public Service all try to assist the process of managing discipline in the public service. However, concerns continue to be raised about the proper management of discipline in the public service, specifically around the issue of management of precautionary suspension and the duration and length of the disciplinary hearing. Discipline should be viewed as a corrective measure. It's progressive in nature. Employers should not rush to hold disciplinary hearings without merit. Once a case has been made to conduct a disciplinary hearing, it is not necessary in every case to suspend an employee. Now, if circumstances call for precautionary suspension, the 30-day limit imposed by the code has to be strictly adhered to. The code requires that the hearings should be completed within 90 days. Instances abound where precautionary suspension exceeds the 30-day limit and hearing lasts longer than the 90-day limit, resulting in huge amounts being paid to employees who are on suspension. The Commission, as part of its mandate and functions, must continue to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the management of discipline. It must then propose measures and give direction aimed at ensuring the efficient and effective use of state resources. The Commission should continue its oversight role of ensuring uniformity in the application of the code across the public service by constantly investigating ways of improving the system. Now, by way of conclusion, deviant behavior should not be tolerated within the public service, as it harms the efficient and effective delivery of services. It therefore needs to be sanctioned. The Commission should ensure the effective utilization of the system of financial disclosure, as it, according to the World Bank, assists in the prevention, detection, and investigation, as well as the prosecution of corruption. The Commission must maintain the continuous monitoring of the management of discipline with the aim of enhancing sound labor relations within the public service. The PAMA Act, the PAMA of 2014, is a vital piece of legislation that seeks not only to prevent corruption within the public service, but also establishes the TAO unit within the DPSA that plays an important interventionist role in the public service. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Susuba. Now, honorable members are going to ask you questions. They are going to introduce themselves as they ask questions. Thank you, Honorable Gondwe.
Dumela, Mr. Sifuba. Era, Ki bidiwa Dr. Mimi Gondwe. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, as well as a member of the subcommittee. I know you probably alluded to this in the course of your presentation, but I just need more detail around what sort of tangible action. And when I talk about tangible action, I'm talking about action that can be perceived. What sort of tangible action should be taken against officials who do not disclose their financial interests? And who should take such action against those officials who do not disclose their financial interests? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gondwe, for your question. The public service prescripts provide that those employees or officials who do not disclose their financial interests should be disciplined. Now, through the intervention of the Public Service Commission and other, their investigations and evaluation of the processes, they discovered that a substantial number of officials don't disclose. That was, I think, before the effective utilization of the PAMA, did not disclose their financial interest. And the departments were lax in instituting disciplinary hearings against them. So I think the PSC proposed measures here in Parliament, and Parliament came out with the PAMA, Public Administration Administrative Act. Now, I've seen statistics that in 2020, the situation has improved, about 98% compliance as regards senior management, and there's about 88% as regards middle management. And there's still a problem as regards the lower based employees. There's about 60% disclosure there. So I think we should continue with these measures of, instituting hearings and the PSC being on the case every time. Because as I said, before that, there was a high number of employees, but now with the enacting of the PAMA, we're seeing an improvement, because now the PAMA also introduces criminal sanctions over and above misconduct hearings. I hope I've responded to your questions, Dr. Honorable.
Greetings, Mr. Sefuba. I am Honorable Mzwakhe Sibisi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also a subcommittee. Thanks for your presentation. But I have to make up a follow-up question based on your presentation. You indicated that employers should not rush to hold disciplinary hearings without merit. Do you know of such cases whereby the process was rushed without merit? If you do know, please give examples and the consequences of such behavior if you had noticed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibisi. I've read about such cases in reports. Also, I used to work under the Public Service Commission way back until 2004. And we were doing investigations across all sectors of. I was an official in the office, investigation across all sectors of the public service. And we used to make proposals and recommendations on how to improve the systems. So we did a project on the investigation of precautionary suspensions. So we found that normally employer departments rush to suspend employees if there are allegations. Some allegations don't require suspension. You have to, for example, transfer the employee to another unit, or keep the employee working there while investigating the case. And also, to come direct to your questions, that you don't in every case have to rush to a hearing, because there are other forms of discipline without really going to the full gambit of a hearing. You need to For example, look if you cannot correct the behavior of the employee by canceling, or you might issue a warning, a written warning if the case is, if the matter is serious, final written warning. So such cases, to come to a question, abound. We used to abound the public service when I was there. So that's why there was a need for us to go in and investigate the causes of this high number of disciplinary hearings that then have this effect of not being finished on time, you know, because there's not enough people to preside over them, because we need to go out and find people to preside and also to investigate these cases. Some cases, I say, could be solved departmental without ever going to the full disciplinary hearing process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Dade Sifuba. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and who happens to be the member of this panel today. Having carefully listened to your presentation and to some of the questions that you have just responded to, particularly on the latter question, but that is another question for the next day. Chair, you correctly stated on your presentation that lifestyle audit are mandatory. However, we still find senior managers who are not being audited in terms of the mandate. So my question would then be, how can the public service navigate between employees' inheritance and correctly determining their lifestyle audits? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Koman. I think the process has just started. I would guess that we need to give the Commission and other oversight bodies some time to monitor the situation, evaluate whether the system is effective enough. And if, as you say, some senior officials are not being audited, their lifestyles are not being audited, that needs to be addressed. I think the Commission's role will be to source out information from various departments as to the reasons why not all employees, or as we say, senior officials are audited, their lifestyles are not audited, in order to come to the bottom line of what is the causation and propose the way forward. I think if that is the case, the Commission will be required to come up with innovative proposals and recommendations. But I think the guideline is there. There are prescriptions in the public service that address those issues. There's the PAMA Act, the PAMA of 2014, that seeks to regulate those issues. So I think it's up to the departments. If the heads of departments don't evaluate some senior officials, then action must be taken against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sifuba. I will preface my question with a preamble. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the public service on public administrative malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. Now the question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service?
I was saying just the Public Service Commission plays a vital role in promoting the values and principles as stated in section 195(1) of the Constitution. In terms of its function, in terms of section 196(4), one of its functions is to monitor and investigate, and in fact evaluate all the personal practices in the public services. So if there's no effective investigation, they need to improve on that, the Public Service Commission. But that's their role, that's their central role. And I think they've played that role well up to so far, because they have projects that look into always improving the system of the public service. And so, as I say, that's their main role, in fact, to promote the values as stated, the values and principles as stated in section 195, and their function as well, and is to investigate continuously and continuously evaluate and monitor the practices in the public service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sfuba. Is there any? Oh, sorry, I must. I'm rushing. It's
No,
now.
thank you
It's
very
your
much.
turn now, Honorable Mkweba.
Ndiyabulela sihlalo. Good morning, Mr. Sfuba. My name is Teliswa Mkweba. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee of the DPSA and also this subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. I've got only one question to you, Mr. Sfuba. The Public Service Commission functions are aimed at, amongst others, to promote the values and principles governing the public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. So my question to you is that, in your view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and the principles governing the public administration? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkweba. I think the Public Service Commission is in fact making an impact. There will always be room for improvement, but it has produced various reports and tabled them here in Parliament. Some of the reports were referred to the to ministers, to departments. It's a variable contribution that they've made. I think also the students of politics or of public administration, they can make use of those reports in their academic pursuit. And those reports, they've led to various interventions by the state and also by Parliament, by enacting and seeking to always improve on legislation. Like, for example, as I say, this Public Administration Management Act, which is really a vital piece of legislation that seeks to address all the ills in the public service. It might not be a perfect one, but I think there will always be room for improvement. So I think the Public Service Commission plays a very vital role and has played, in fact, and has had an impact in the public service. I know there's intent sometimes to compare it with the Public Protector's Office, but I think they are not compared. They play different roles because my view of the Commission is it advises the public administration. It doesn't come with a whip to punish, but to assist all the time. There are problems to come up with interventionist programs to assist in the improvement of the public administration. Thank you, Honorable Mkwe.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to Ntate Madoda Sifuba. My name is Vuyisile Malomane. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of DPSA and a member of the subcommittee. My question to you, Ntate Sifuba, it will be the national framework towards the implementation of the professionalization of public sector makes specific proposal to stabilize public administration by ensuring personnel are appointed on merit-based recruitment and selection in the public service. My question will be this. In section 196 B and D of the Constitution mandate the Public Service Commission to investigate, monitor and evaluate the administration and the personnel practices in the public service. What is your understanding of the framework towards professionalizing the public service, and what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring implementation of the national framework towards professionalizing? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maluman. The Public Services Commission, I think through its, as I say, I think your question links up with what Honorable Mkweba was asking. Through its role in monitoring the personal practice in the public service, has seen it fit to come up with an intervention in the form of the public administration and coming up with proposals to intervene to try and professionalize the Public Service Commission, the public administration. And the Public Administration Management Act tries to address those issues. I've noted that it has established the National School of Government to continuously offer training to public servants, and also the Public Administration Act also tries to address the issues of skilling of public servants. And the minister is empowered to introduce norms and standards across the public service. And also in regards to the issues of recruitment, selection, promotion, and transfer of public servants. So I would say the Public Service Commission has played a vital role in proposing such measures, which are now encapsulated in the PAMA. And I think it will continue to play a role if there are any improvements that are to be proposed as we go forward. Thank you, Honorable Madam.
Enkosi Sihlalo. Molo Dadu Sifuba. Mna ndinguMiriam Kibi, ilungu lale Portfolio Committee. Ngoku apha ndingomnye okhoyo kule panel. Ndiza kubuza umbuzo, kodwa umbuzo wam ukabini. Tata uSifuba, based on your own research, when we were busy preparing yourselves for this interview, can you maybe assist us on this one? If you are given the post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? And my second one is, how can the independence of the administration of the PSC be protected since officials in the commission are appointed through the Public Service Act of 1994? And anobuyibambile na tata imibuzo yam.
Ndibambile ma.
Enkosi tata.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. I think the Constitution itself requires that, in fact, the Public Service Commission be independent. and that it must always be impartial, and that other organs of state must always assist in the work of the commission. Now, commissioners who are appointed to the commission are expected to uphold these values of independence, of impartiality, of being unbiased, always reflecting the principles, as I said, of good and ethical public administration values. In terms of that is independence and impartiality. Now, protection of independence as regards also the officials who are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act. The officials there in the office work under the direction of the commissioners. They may have protection under the Public Service Act, it's true, but they always also are appointed on the understanding that they work for a commission that is independent, that is supposed to be impartial, that is supposed to act in the interest of good public administration and to uphold the values and principles I say that are stated in section 195. So I don't see any problems because the constitution is there to guide a commissioner who's appointed in terms of the Public Services Commission Act to act always in accordance with the direction, with the principles and values as espoused in section 195 of the commission, and also to study the functions of the commission as stated in section 196. So as long as you keep within those parameters, I think a commissioner will be in good standing. Thank you, Honorable Kibi.
I will preface my question with a preamble. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the Public Service Commission on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointments and capping of corruption in government departments. Now the question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service?
Thank you, Chair. As I've said, I think this role of evaluating the personal practices, of constantly monitoring, this oversight role that it plays the Public Service Commission, and also these powers that it has to investigate any complaints or issues of grievances of employees, or if there are issues relating to human resources management. So they will investigate some of the issues they need to monitor, some they have an oversight role to play over, and then they make proposals after they've done all those things. They make proposals to departments, they give directives as to how employees should be recruited, how employees should be selected, how employees should be promoted, or how employees should be dismissed. They also report on their investigations and evaluations. They report to the executive authorities. They table their reports here in Parliament. So that's the role that I see they play, and it's a vital role as far as I'm concerned. And as I said earlier, if there are shortcomings that they might have in their capacity to investigate or evaluate, they might request more staff to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sfuba. Is there anything you want to put to the panel, or a question or a comment?
No, thank you. No, thank you, Chair. No comment. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Sfuba. Mr. Sfuba, you will be notified of the results of this interview when we have concluded all interviews. Once again, thank you very much. You may leave now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Tete.
Siyabonga tata.
Yeah, Chair, I want to raise this concern. I don't know, but I don't know if we are deviating from our original setup or what, or is it something that this particular candidate has to offer, whether he had to offer more or to prove himself more than the others, or there was something, everything happened differently with this candidate in particular. So, Chair, I must raise this dissatisfaction with you from the chair himself. It's like this is not a serious exercise that we are undertaking. It's like we are just doing it for the sake of doing it. And believe you me, want to get a commissioner. But then how are we then going to rate this one with others, particularly with the first one that has left? Because we did not give this the previous one the chance that we gave this one. Equally, Chair, we did not. We are now. Let us agree as this committee that whoever will let us not be given a yardstick to use and we deviate from it ourselves. We have agreed on which questions to ask. Then we sort of think this one I would not answer and this one. Let us all be given that chance to say whoever wants to ask whatever question, he or she must do as such. Unless if we are going to, Tina, we are used to this term of deteriorating the decorum. We don't want to be seen as deteriorating the decorum of this interview, but don't push us. Thank you.
An honest mistake. It's not intended to disadvantage any person, Honorable Command. Yes, Honorable Mkweba.
No, Chair, I think you have responded very well. Definitely, in the midst of whatever activity are mistakes, because the only thing that happened with this candidate is when you have asked immediately after Honorable Koman, but again asked after Honorable Kibi. So that's the only mistake, Honorable Chair, that I think it will be then rectified. And obvious, you know, any process, there's a SWOT analysis, there's always, you know, challenges. I don't think there's something important about that candidate. Each and every individual candidate will be tested, you know, according to what has been the response on our questions. And obvious, also there will be a collective deliberations amongst ourselves so that whatever that we're doing, we are recommending the best of the best. What is important is that we don't want to go and recommend names to Parliament that at the end of the day that will be rejected so that we're coming back for the third time. I don't want to be part of that. I want our work to be clinical and obvious. Whatever candidates that will be recommended to Parliament, they will be tested according to the requirements of whatever that we're doing. The Public Service Act, it's clear. The requirements in terms of the advert were clear. So it's a mistake. It's human. I think we must agree that whatever that the chair have done, it's a mistake that will be corrected along the way. You know, every time, you know, we've got a lot of things. I don't think it was deliberate that this candidate, for example, you know, is the candidate. But, you know, sometimes, and obvious as honorable members, when we have questioned and then questioned for the second time. No one of us will, in the middle of the interviews, and say, no, 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 Chair, you have questioned. We must be adult, and I think, Chair, your response was correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, just one thing, Chairperson, because now this is a second candidate, just to remind members, because each and every candidate, in terms of the submission will differ. So if members, because we spoke about the follow-up question, but within the frame of the question, if a candidate does not submit or give us more information, members are allowed to request, not to say, because if the candidate cannot give you enough, but based on just to be a little bit of a guide, but there's a follow-up question to say, for an example, in terms of the national framework towards professionalization of the public service, there's a role that the Public Service Commission should play, including the sitting in the recruitment process of the DGs and the Deputy Director General. Those are the kind of things, answers that we might seek from the candidates as a sort of a follow-up in terms of just to guide the candidates so that they can give us more information that the committee is looking forward for. But my point was just to say you are allowed to make a follow-up so that the candidate can give us. Only one follow-up per member is allowed, but within the frame of that particular question. Thanks, Chair.
As long as we what should I say? As long as we are not asking questions that other candidates were not asked. But if you are making a follow-up, you are allowed, as Mr. Ngwepe is saying. This was just a mistake, and they have admitted to that mistake, Honorable Komani. And as we do work, we do commit mistakes.
Chair,
But as long as this mistake is not giving any favors to this applicant, in my view, I haven't done that. I haven't favored him in any way. Honorable Kondo?
Chair, you were very excited. You even wanted me to ask questions before he had done his presentation. So just contain your excitement to the next candidate, because yeah, it was also very odd for me because I had to point out that no, Chair, I can't ask questions.
Morning, Ma. Welcome to this interview. Please relax. Don't feel threatened by this setup of honorable members who are here. We are not here to put you on the spot, but to ask questions. Relax as much as you can. Don't feel threatened. And of course, you are allowed to drink water whenever you want to. I'm Jojo James, the chair of the panel, and I'm also the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. You are going to begin by making a presentation to this panel. Try your best to mix theory with practice as you put your interview. As you make your presentation. Feel free, relax, and now we're giving you the opportunity to make your presentation. Then after the presentation, members will ask you questions. But first of all is the presentation. The floor is yours, Mama. Introduce, but we know you are Miss Flagella, but if you choose to do that, fine. But we know you, by the way, because we have a list of everybody who's coming in for an interview.
No, it's fine, Jack, I can start.
Yes, yeah.
I just thought that let me quickly talk about constitutionalism in the presentation and just emphasize the point that when we apply for public service positions, we operate within a constitutional democracy, and therefore it's important to acknowledge that, hence that context. And we also are accountable to make sure that we observe the Bill of Rights, and issues of equality and human dignity are key. And we acknowledge that labor relations, it is indeed a constitutional imperative, even though the Bill of Rights itself talks to limitations. But also important is that South Africa is a developmental state, and when we apply for positions, we need to actually align our thoughts and what we are going to do within the context of the developmental state. And to acknowledge that the country is faced with inequality, poverty, and unemployment, which creates certain problems for the country. I'm raising this thing of a developmental state just to dwell on that, based on what the chair said, that you must give examples. I worked for the Department of Public Works for almost 14 years. In fact, coming in here, I was like looking at the building and talking to people that is bringing back memories. I can see, why is there mold there? And I was trying to switch off. You know, like, why is there? That thing is not looking right. And issues of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. I felt that public works is one of the key leading departments that could deal with that, given the EPWP, the maintenance programs, the capital projects programs, and also the entities reporting to public works. But I also thought that I should allude to the scenarios, inclulamity scenarios, which are very, very important, because government had actually embraced those scenarios. They were presented to the president. And I know this looks like slang, but that's how they are written, is bourgeois, naile, work, and guara. There are certain imperatives in the country that probably the country now is on Kwara Kwara. Kwara Kwara is that state of restlessness in the nation, and people are not really, people are getting challenged in terms of their needs. Why is that important when you're applying for a commissioner's position? It's important to play around with these scenarios because your job is to actually make sure that you manage and you contribute towards management of those scenarios. This Bujwa is basically straightforward. The social cohesion, everything is beautiful. Everybody, or most majority of people are working. But when it comes to Kwara Kwara, it's actually very bad because it talks to issues of youth, high youth unemployment. Now, when you're sitting in a commission and with a monitoring responsibility over departments, you have to think about those things. Where are we in terms of those scenarios, and how are we contributing to that? The National Development Plan is well known. It does talk about a capable state and promoting accountability and fighting corruption. I think for me, the issue is, what is this capable state? How do we deliver this capable state? Is our human resource development plan responding to this capable state? Are we investing in human resources sufficiently as government to promote or to build this capable state? Are we enabling this capable state to respond to the developmental needs of South Africa? Are we accountable as a nation to our country? And where are we with corruption? If we have the PFMA, then how come we're talking about corruption almost every day? What are the weaknesses within the PFMA? Is there lacking enforcement within the PFMA? Is the Public Service Commission looking into those things as we implement the PFMA? In fact, one of the issues raised in in that, excuse me, I don't know, can I drink water?
Yes, Mama. You are free to drink water.
Okay. Now, the medium-term strategic framework, let me just probably proceed to that. We have these priorities. We're talking about social cohesion. We're talking about inclusive growth. We're talking about education skills. The reason why I'm pointing these things out is to say to you, as South Africans, we need to also learn that even if we're the very extremely rich country, it's important for us to actually invest in ourselves as well, so that we give effect to some of these things of a capable state, a developmental state, education and skills. I just want to make an example of myself. In 2017, which is very rare in the public, I left the public works after almost 14 years. I've worked in government for more than 20 years. I've been to parliament for all those years to present public works strategic plan, APP, annual report, you name it. And I used to draft it. Come here and present it and defend it. Something clicked that when you're in government, you don't even have time to study. I went back to UCT. I went back to school. I went to register for a second master's degree at UCT. And people thought that I'm crazy. And then I said, I'm not rich. I don't have a trust fund. I come from Guguletu, by the way. I was born here. I live in Pretoria now. And but I'm thinking into where this country should go. Because if we don't set that example, those priorities will always be rewritten in the next NDP, in the next NDP. Young people have to look into us and say, this, they're setting an example. If you look into the service delivery improvement plan of the PSC or the APP and annual report, they actually talk of mentors and coaches. So who's gonna coach the next generation to actually say, even if we're a very rich country without all of these challenges, but you also have to learn to invest yourself. So I just took off and went to UCT and did a second master's degree in policy, public policy. and I enjoyed it. And I wrote my thesis in social housing, focusing on rental housing. And I did my research in Hillbrow. So I would drive to Hillbrow, scared as I am, and do my research and submit. And I submitted my thesis. I'm trying to give effect, Chair, to what you were saying. When you talk of a capable state and this developmental state, what is the role also of the individual vis-a-vis also? Because there is a role of the government, but there's also the role from us to say, this is what I will do, to invest in myself, to take my country forward. In fact, in my mind, I had the National School of Government that one day I would love to see myself standing in that National School of Government and teaching South Africans about how you align policy to reality. Because when you get to those medium-term strategic framework priorities, you are not told that when you are in public works, this is how you operationalize each policy. We have to sit, go to a strategic session and say, as public works, this is what we're going to be doing. I'm making an example of where I've most spent my time. This is how we're going to enhance the skills part. This is how we're going to enhance that capability or that developmental state. Now let me get to the two topics that I chose, officials doing business with the state. Even if it was allowed, it will be a no-no. Because when you're working for infrastructure departments, there's so much temptation to actually do business with the state. The issue of doing business with the state is also not new, because being in strategic management in public works, I had a bird's eye view of what is happening all over the country when it comes to public works offices. One of the things that that stood out was some of the things that are happening now when it comes to corruption. I was reflecting and I was saying, this actually they used to happen in public works as well when I arrived in 2004. This collusion, you go and destroy public infrastructure that you get maintenance contracts. And I was asked then by my former DG then was Themba Maseko, and to evaluate the repair and maintenance program, the emerging contractors program, development program. Because at that time, as far back as 2005, we were grappling with issues. When are these contractors emerging? It's frustrating to think that even we're still asking the very same question. And I've worked with the construction sector charter council, I've worked with the property sector charter council to actually ensure that we create an enabling environment for those councils to actually push transformation, because they report to public works. But doing business with the state, I think for me, it should be condemned in all its forms. It's not worth it. It's not exemplary. It's actually, it has no proper moral foundation, and I think it cannot be justified. It violates the very same ethics that I'm talking about in bullet number 2, and also good governance. It betrays the whole notion of good governance, but also is also a violation of certain aspects of the Public Service Act and the Public Administration Act. Now, when it comes to the implementation of the Financial Disclosure Framework, which is captured very well in that Public Administration Management Act, we do those things in government. I've done them for more than 20-something years. But I'm not so sure the Public Service Commission will then write back to ministers and say, we've discovered 6 officials, I'm making an example, in your department who are doing business with the state. Then you only hear this when the minister is reporting, and obviously he got the report or she got the report and he or she is annoyed, and it ends there. I'm raising this from a practical angle because that's the space that needs to be closed. Because if you don't close it, we're going nowhere slowly as a country. all of us want to live comfortably, and probably all of us would have preferred if our parents had trust funds to live for us. So I think public officials in South Africa, because I've related to many African people from the African continent, other countries, South Africans are well paid. There is no excuse not to submit in your financial disclosure framework information that violate the norms and standards. But I'm also happy that the financial disclosure framework also involves all the three spheres of government. But I think, as we probably all know, the challenge is on enforcement of those ethics and an anti-corruption culture and governance rules in the public service. What must we do to deal with this matter probably that I can propose? You see, everyone in government knows what the PFMA is. You may think that you don't know. Maybe there's a gap of probably implementing an intergovernmental relations, ethical advocacy program, and not necessarily in the public service, but also targeting schools, universities. Why I'm raising this? Because when I was director of constitutional education under President Mandela, I knew that the support I have in cabinet was Professor Kada Asmal. How did I know that? He was very passionate about the constitution. Because when his department is not submitted to me, the constitutional program of that department that is leading, he would actually talk to his staff to come and meet with me, whether it's a Friday afternoon. People will be calling and saying, Minister, saw in cabinet that you have not submitted anything to you about, because I used to run the public, the constitutional education program. In fact, I may just add that during that time, we were sent to Moscow, we were sent to Germany, we were sent to and other countries just to compare civic education programs. And I can, with all confidence, state here that South Africa, everybody was like, we really revere your constitution, because if you remember, the constitution came with that booklet that explains with, what do you call it? I want to say Popeye now. There was a booklet when the constitution was released. It was released together with a narrative, a pictorial presentation. We were in Moscow discussing constitutional education, and these Russian women were talking among themselves. Obviously, we had an interpreter because we couldn't. They were saying this is exactly what we need for our country. I'm raising this so that we reflect back and say we have so much, but this much needs to go out there and be presented properly. We have done so much, so we need to own up that which we have done and make sure that when it comes to the public service and applying for positions in the public service, we fully understand the constitutional framework, we fully understand constitutionalism, but also we fully understand that you just can't do business with the state. It's not worth it. But also, there's also a gap with the way in which we relate to national treasury. But I'm happy that the public service regulations are also working hand in hand with national treasury regulations so that we can be able to pick up any sort of deviant behavior, within the public service. But I must also add, finally, on this slide, that the fact that your spouses and your partners are also subjected to scrutiny is something that we all need to comment. Spoken on this. What I want to emphasize on this issue of processes and systems, if you don't have clear processes and systems, you cannot monitor and evaluate properly. You can do the disclosures and do the affidavits and do all of that. But if you don't have enabling processes and business systems, you will not be able to monitor and evaluate. I'm raising this, Chair, because when I arrived in public works, I was tasked with the building of the business processes in public works. And we're doing very well until there was a change of, I think, ministers at that time. And I think one of the failures in reflecting back was we stopped at a point where we did not integrate the processes. Integrating the processes can expose a lot of deviant behavior within the public service. So this is a practical example of what actually can be done. I'm happy about the whole notion of the OSC and I'm just using the abbreviations and the ethics, integrity, and disciplinary assistance that's in the public service. But what's important for the Public Service Commission should be, is to say to departments, you need to prioritize the building of very clear systems. You need to see your dashboard. We need to see how integrated are your processes. We need to have links with the person driving the business process project in your department, so that we can gradually deal with all the issues that can lead to deviant behavior like fraud, corruption, and obviously criminal conduct. Because we cannot always be burdening the police with reports when actually we should be proactive to prevent fraud and corruption. I've just summarized this slide. But the 2016 public service regulations, maybe if they were actually an improvement on the 2001 public service regulations. And I must commend the DPSA because they did come to our departments to present the 2016 public service regulations. So when you're sitting here and interrogating submissions from departments, I can vouch that the DPSA did go to all government departments and probably to all organs of state, because I'm not working there, to present on that. So the 2016 public service regulations speak to many issues of discipline and all of those issues related to public administration. The next one is recruitment or promotion without proper qualifications. Chair, I've alluded to this to a certain extent when I started saying that you can have 3 PhDs, but experience is equally important. I'm saying that with the most humility. I can stand on top of a mountain and say, you know, I graduated from the University of Lesotho in 1922, which I did, and I went to Canada to do my master's, and then I went to UCT, and now maybe I'm thinking, but if you don't have experience, and you don't value experience that people bring on board when you are recruiting them, but also mapping a way of how they are going to actually be good citizens of the country. So it's important that the whole notion of hiring people without proper qualification be in itself looked at as deviant behavior, because it's not going to help us. When we're driving on all those potholes all around the country, we must begin to reflect that who's responsible for these roads? Are they national, provincial, or who's there? Who's monitoring? But I was just making an example that the proper issue, the issue of qualifications should be interrogated. In fact, in my discussions with colleagues, I said, qualifications, there's got to be vetting of qualifications in the public service. Maybe we have reached that point now. Why don't we get donors to pay for that? Because people are going to say we don't have money. Who said we cannot mobilize foreign donors to vet all qualifications in the public service? Because if we don't do that, we're going to have a repeat of what we are facing now with everything that is not going well and then I just decided, Chair, on the second bullet to throw in the issue of equivalent, just to justify my point. When you apply in the public service, there's always that equivalent. Has everyone reflected on where that equivalent comes from?
Flagella, every candidate was given 15 minutes to make a presentation. So we don't want to be unfair to others.
Yes, no. That's why I'm jumping.
Yes, come to a closure if you can, without disrupting your presentation, just to be fair to all applicants that appeared before us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say in this last slide that South Africa's tertiary institutions have all the curriculum that we actually need to actually ensure that we support the public service, and the National School of Government is playing a role to actually enhance that, enhance those skills. And lastly, I want to jump to this issue of deviant behavior. Deviant behavior obviously would be, regardless of what I've written here, it could really be at times informal or informal. And in this case of the public service, deviant behavior could be construed as misrepresenting your skills and misrepresenting your qualifications. But also of deviant behavior could be soft things that you engage in deviant behavior without consequence. You have not broken any law, but it's unacceptable to actually engage in deviant behavior. The last time I checked also, showing up late for work is a deviant behavior, but then it will be up to your supervisor to actually deal with that or allow you to proceed and take further sanctions on that. I'll leave it here, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Flatella. Now the honorable members are going to ask questions, and then they will introduce themselves as they ask these questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Molo Mama Ufajela. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the panel and also a member of the committee. Me Fajela, I want you to take me further on a deviation, on your deviant behavior. Ne?
Yeah.
You mentioned that deviant behavior is culture-centered and at times subjective. Do you believe that deviant behavior in the public service, which leads to full-blown corruption, is now a culture and those who must deal with it have become so subjective about it to address it? If so, how do you think this culture must be uprooted? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. When I said, when I actually drafted that to say it's culture-centered, I meant to say that there are certain things that are tolerated in certain cultures, which are not tolerated in certain cultures. I was sitting next to someone quickly in the bus to the plane, and I was joking out. There was this elderly lady next to me that we were talking in there. And I said so she had not taken a seat. Then I said to her, you know what, this reminds me. I said, do you want to sit down? She says, no, I want to stand. And then I said, it reminds me, I was a student in Montreal and I offered an elderly, I was in my 20s, an elderly person a seat. She didn't like it. So when I reported this to my Canadian colleagues, they said, you don't do that. So I was shocked, like, you think that the bus is full and someone is struggling, then said, no, don't offer them a seat. That's what I meant by culture-centered, not to necessarily say that it's endorsed to happen. And when I say it's subjective, is exactly this example that I've given, that it is indeed subjective, because to that person, to me, I had to offer my seat. To her, I had offended her by implying, I guess, ageism. And that was not the intention. So you can imagine how disappointed I was. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what I meant by being cultured. In corruption, we cannot entertain the issue of corruption and treat it as something that corruption cannot be culture-centered. Sorry, cannot be culturally supported. I don't think we come from a history whereby corruption is endorsed and we're all brought up to actually support corruption. So that's what I meant by that distinction of culturally centered and subjective. What appears to you as deviant behavior may not appear to me as deviant behavior when it comes to certain things, like lying. There are people who like lying. That's why I made an example of lying. And they think it's funny. But for some people, it's actually not funny to lie. And I guess it depends also on what you have lied for. But when it comes to corruption in government, I think there needs to be 50% condemnation of such deviant behavior and misrepresentation of qualifications and experience. I hope I've answered your question, Honorable Kim.
Bosman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Mamu Fachela.
Thank you.
I'm Honorable Malumane, a member of the Portfolio Committee, DPSA, and a member of this subcommittee. My question, it will be a follow-up question based on your presentation under number C, which is recruitment or promotion of personnel at middle and senior management without proper qualification and skills,
Yes.
as much as they might have experience.
Yes.
It is written there, what could be lacking is individuals investing in their education and not wait for the state resources already overstretched to do so on their behalf. My question is, who must identify the need of training between the employer and the employee? And is it one of them or both of them? Can you please maybe support your answer based on your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's both of them, Honorable Member. If I was employed as a clerk and at that time I qualified for it because I have grade 12, there's nothing stopping me from upgrading myself over the years. But also there's nothing stopping the employer to actually have a career path for its employees. And I think probably this is also one of the weaknesses in our government. I'm going to make a very apt example. When President Mbeki was deputy president, he took us, together with Deputy President Al Gore, we're all taken to Harvard. Now we're we're alumni of the Harvard Business School. We attended the course here for a year, and then we completed that course in Harvard. We came back with a senior executive program certificate. That's what you do as an employer. You want to build this quintessential public service. You have to invest. We came in with our certificates, but we had to learn how to run the public service. Being deployed in Kokta, it's Kokta now, it used to be provincial, local, DPLG, provincial and local government under Vali Musa. Being in that department taught us about governance because we had to drive the constitution from that angle. So there was on-the-job training, whether it was intentional, but there was on-the-job training because you had to actually read the constitution so that you can interface with your provincial and your local government counterparts. In fact, you remind me of what happened. The constitution talks about developmental local government. And at that time, SALGA was not established. So we had to go, Minister Vali Musa sent me to all the provinces to go and talk to MECs, which was quite strange because officials are not sent to go and talk to politicians, especially during that time, to actually give effect to the establishment of SALGA. When I reflect back, that was on the job training. I may have questioned why the minister sent me to this, but now I reflect back that I learned a lot during that process, but we were also giving effect to the constitution and establishing SALGA. And SALGA was established. So it's both ways. Now you're gonna say some people maybe don't have money and everything else. I think when you want to invest in yourself, you would actually take that money that you are saving for something else and invest in yourself. So it's both ways, but there has to be a clear career pathing. And the Public Administration Management Act and the Public Service Act actually allude to training and development as a key component of building a qualitative public service.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And good day, Ms. Fakela. My name is Telisom Gweba. I'm a member of this subcommittee.
Mkweba?
My name is Telisom Gweba,
Mkweba, okay.
a member of this subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. And having read and listened to your presentation, clearly your explanations in terms of officials doing business with the state, it's not allowed. But Ms. Fakela, I've got a question to yourselves. What, in your opinion, would ensure that there is full compliance with the financial disclosure framework? If you can respond to that question, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to respond to your question using what I saw. In 2012, I acted as DG of Public Works. So I got exposed to the spider web of the SIU. The SIU, when they are doing forensics, they even know that I've spoken to you 5 times. But I've said when they were interviewing me, I don't know you. So they come and they present and they say, you've spoken to Honorable Member 10 times, but you said to us you don't know her. Unless we invest, and we have to invest in forensic auditing. That's the word I'm looking for. And that capability does not exist in state departments because all of them have auditing units, audit units. None would have picked what I saw when it comes to the corruption of leases. You sit with the SIU and they show you how Mandisa has been talking to Honorable Member, to that company and everything else. But Mandisa had said, I don't know them. I only spoke to them once. I met them in some workshop. So the SIU, unless you invest in that forensic auditing, you build the capacity of forensic auditing in the public service. You will not be able to pick up corruption with a normal audit capability. I hope I've answered your question in an example.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fakela.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fakela. My good day. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, who happens to be a member of this panel as well. Having listened attentively to your presentation, particularly on the deviant behavior, one would be tempted to ask you this question. The national framework towards the implementation of professionalization of the public sector makes specific proposal to stabilize public administration by ensuring personnel are appointed on a merit-based recruitment and selection in the public service. Section 196B and D of the Constitution mandates the PSC to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the administration and the personnel practices in the public service. This is the question now. What is your understanding of the framework towards professionalizing the public service? And number 2, what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring the implementation of the national framework towards this professionalizing? Thank you very much.
Let me start, Honorable Member. Thanks for the question. With your second question, we need to respect meritocracy. We need to ensure that we appoint people on a non-partisan basis. I'm not saying that politics and appointments don't go together, but you need to actually be, we also need to make sure that we don't judge people based on their ideological alignment. Oh no, he's PAC, that one. We know how they think. But is it the question should be, if you are interviewing people to build a capable state, is that your own area to actually venture in and start interrogating people's ideological? I was watching a quick video recently of this Singapore, I think Prime Minister, one of the people in Singapore. He mentioned 3 things that made Singapore to be where it is now. He spoke about this meritocracy. He talked about being pragmatic. He talked about being honest. He goes on and on and on, but those are the 3 concepts that he uses in that video. Now I've been to Singapore actually for another training. In Singapore, people don't even steal. If I leave these specs here or my cell phone here, we're in the, just to make an example, they take them, or this pen, forget about specs, this pen, I leave it. You go to the reception of the restaurant the following morning, you say, you know what, I forgot my specs and my pen. They're there. On the airports, in this golf course where we stayed, there's a board, the do's and don'ts. One of the things you don't do, you don't take that which does not belong to you. They write a sanction. It's written. So when you are from South Africa, you kind of get a shock. But you know what? Is this a police state or something? You're still grappling with this. It's written, these are the sanctions. Should you not return change to a customer because the customer probably looked a bit drunk, and then you thought that maybe you shouldn't. So they list them, and they also list the sanction. In Singapore, you cannot, where they book, because a golf course, if Mandisa is booked to play at 9, I cannot bring you, honorable member, to replace me. I must follow the channels. I cannot say, you know what, I like you, go and take my place. It's not accepted in Singapore. So the South African reading that thing on that board was like, yo, here, it's. So the issue of the professionalization will have to respect meritocracy, non-partisanship, and also be pragmatic, Honorable Chair. But I just want to share with you that the framework itself speaks to many things. It also respects the role of it acknowledges the critical role of the National School of Government, but also succession planning, in the public service, and induction as well. We don't do enough induction in terms of when people come into the public service. I don't know whether somewhere it's written that they are ready to run. There has not been proper induction, at least from my own observation. That has not, unless you as a manager, you make time for your staff. You have to make time for your staff to say, you've come into this department, you were very good in the interviews, but I'm going to hold your hand until you reach a certain point where you say to me, I understand now how the National Department of Public Works functions. So the framework does speak to that, Chairperson, and obviously issues of accountability and governance and ethics. And I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bulela. Ngingumzwakhe Sibisi, ilunga la committee at DPSA and also a member of this panel. Can I ask you one question? But I will have a preamble. The PSC functions are aimed at, among others, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. The question will be, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration? Thank you. I hope you heard well my question.
Yes, honorable member. And the key word from what I'm hearing you saying is how should it repositioning itself? I alluded earlier on the issue of forensic auditing, and I've also picked up that there's supposed to be ethics officers in government departments. Where I've worked, I haven't seen any. Now, these things are written down, but maybe some departments don't necessarily pay attention to them, or the PSC is not enforcing, like in the case of the PFMA. Because Treasury, if you don't follow the PFMA, they are on your back. Ethics officers. If you're going to be, and also what I alluded to earlier, honorable member, the issue of vetting of qualifications. And worry about the resources, financial resources later, because as I've said, you can actually ask donors to fund that particular program. And when you are going to be vetting, doesn't mean you are seeking to punish people who may have not necessarily upgraded. It must have twin objectives. Obviously, you will root out those who have misrepresented themselves, but also you will have to enhance the skills of those that you know are actually qualifying to be in those positions. So for me, it's those three issues that I've raised, over and above issues of meritocracy and others, that you vet, you do forensic audits, but also you are very clear about your capacity building program. And the outcomes of the capacity building program.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and obviously a member of the subcommittee that is conducting this interview. In your presentation, you did delve into the Public Service Commission and its role. And my question to you then would be, based on the research that you did into the Public Service Commission, as you were preparing for the interview, if you were given this post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? That's the first part of the question. The second part is, how can the independence of the administration of the Public Service Commission be protected and safeguarded, since officials in the Public Service Commission are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994? Did you get the second part and the first part as well?
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to speak, thank you, Honorable Gondwe. I'm going to speak to the issue of the vision. We have 60% unemployment in the country of young people. Who's going to take South Africa forward? The vision should actually map a very clear process of encouraging people, young people, to join the public service, at least while we are still alive, so that we become the mentors, the coaches, and the coach. So it will be a vision of having young people. For me, I see them actually all the time playing a critical role. Why? They ask questions. If you have children in your own home, you have teenagers, you have university students, They throw at you questions about the current state, what happened before. There's this openness to engage when it comes to young people, which at times you may frown upon, maybe at times when they criticize us, but that vision and that energy needs to be brought into the public service. But I also think that you need to have a very clear anti-corruption strategy that is not mixing or rather wobbly when it comes to issues of corruption, deviant behavior, lack of ethics, but also instill in people leadership values that will take the public service forward. On the issue of independence, I always say that legislation is drafted at a particular moment in history. That's why we talk of amendments. Because if the legislation is not tight enough to actually deal with certain things, you have to revisit that legislation to make sure that it meets the current needs. So if the PSC, because the PSC is we have the commissioners, then you have the department. But if there are gaps there that may need to be closed when it comes to that relationship and to protect the independence of the PSC, then we would probably have to look at the policy imperatives, we look at legislation, gaps in legislation, and make sure that that independence is not compromised. I think for me, I can go on and on and on, but I think those are let's not forget the youth. Legislation is drafted by human beings, it can always be reviewed. Policy has to inform the current state of affairs. If it needs to be reviewed, then it has to be reviewed. In fact, you just reminded me of, I went to probably to all the provinces presenting the expropriation bill in 2016 and supporting Parliament on the expropriation bill, and it was never adopted. We were doing constitutional alignment of the expropriation bill with the constitutional democracy. So that I understand that that process takes long, but you need to have analysts within the Public Service Commission who will look into these gaps that may have the potential of compromising that independence. Because human beings are human beings at the end of the day, they play golf with each other, and what's said on the golf course can only be heard by the grass, so to speak. But if you tighten the regulatory framework so that you can hold people accountable, because you have a point of reference, which is the regulatory framework. I don't know if I've answered your question, Honorable Member.
Yes, you have, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Flakela. I will preface my question with a preamble and then give you the question thereafter. The preamble goes, it is believed that a responsive, ethical and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the Public Service Commission on public administration malpractices, particularly in the area of irregular appointment and capping of corruption in government departments. Now the question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service? Broadly. But it touches on both, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry for that.
Now we are public servants. We come from the Mandela era. We're sitting there and we're thinking that no. This can't be his stuff. We don't say anything, obviously, but we talk on the corridors. What is triggering this is what I read in the Sunday Times. I said to my husband, but this is not new. Why is Sunday Times talking about old things? Don't they have good journalists? We have to set the example, Chairperson. If I'm a commissioner, I have to set the example. I'm making this example because normally it's sensitive to talk about political principles and their wrongdoing. But if somebody had said to him, but you're not supposed to be bringing so many people, you are allowed, the handbook says you're allowed so many people. He may have not liked it, but you would note that you had said it. Therein lies the issue of irregular appointments, because now he's come with his 20 people. Now there's a reshuffle next month. Honorable Member Komane, there's a reshuffle next month. The president has not pronounced, woke up and said there's going to be a reshuffle. You have 15 people that you are stuck with as a department. Write to National Treasury and say we have 15 people who don't have enough budget. National Treasury said, find it in your vote. We want to have nothing to do with it. This is also the space of irregular appointments that nobody talks about. The irregular appointment is me knowing you and you appointing me without disclosure. But there's also another line of irregular appointments that we don't talk about. Public Service Commission has to enter that space and engage with it. When we hear stories that the public service is bloated, some of us have experience of exactly the example that I've given, because we have been subjected to changes of ministers and ministers and ministers. So we've seen this thing unfolding in front of our eyes. And then your issue on the investigative ability, I've written it here, how to enhance their investigation. That was your question.
The question is, the investigation of unethical conduct can play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service.
Yes.
It refers to how the Public Service Commission can strengthen that.
Use of technology, business processes, business systems that speak to why you exist, how you should carry out your mandate, that forensic auditing. I have dealt with the Public Service Commission especially as acting DG of Public Works. One of the things that is glaring that I picked up also, Chair, and I'm saying this with all honesty, at times people misrepresent their grievances to the Public Service Commission. How do I know this? The former chairperson of the Public Service Commission happened to be my former boss when I joined government earlier on. He calls me to his office. I'm talking about this investigation because investigation must not necessarily be clinical and be judgmental that you have done wrong, because we have read all of these grievances and there's this submission to the, be careful. So investigation has to happen. I'm not against that, and be very spot on. But also there's the subjective element of it where people misrepresent other people. Now, I was saying that the former Public Service Commission used to be my boss. There's this submission from Public Works. He calls me out of the blue because we don't interact. Says to him, Mandy, I am worried. I I just need your opinion because, you know, I'm a constitutional lawyer and I'm going to be looking at this from a clinical angle. I just need you to look at this. Can you, what is happening in that department of yours? Chairperson, I go and I read this file. He says, read this file. I need your opinion because I'm a chairperson and I must reflect on this and I must be able, I cannot afford to make mistakes when I'm actually investigating a grievance. I can assure you 90% of what was in that file was not true, Chairperson. They were saying, honorable member so-and-so is corrupt, honorable member so-and-so. Well, I'm talking about officials. And this was sent to everyone, to all political parties and to all also NGOs and these, but 90% of what I read and knowing public works, the people who were mentioned there, it was incorrect. So you've got to have a sense of building a network of people that you know are going to tell you the truth. The SIU can play its role, but cannot be all over. The Hawks can play their role where they are needed, but they cannot be all over. The Public Service Commission has to have its ears on the ground and be able to sift through information that it receives. Because if they don't do that, that information can actually compromise people and their careers. I remember discussing this also with Minister Nqesi, because he was also implicated in this thing. I never told the chairperson that I called the minister and I said, you know, I've read this thing and you know, I've worked with you for the whole year, but what I've read in this file, I don't know where they got that. Maybe I don't know you, but I think from a workplace position, I can claim that I know you. I don't know this thing that I read. Now I was reflecting after talking to the chairperson about, after I'd given him feedback, because he made me sit in his office literally and say, sit there. You are not leaving without finishing this file. I want to know what is going on here before I apply my mind. 90% chairperson of what he was going to investigate was not true. I don't know if I've answered you because these are examples that keep on coming back as I'm answering, as I'm engaging with the questions.
You have answered the question. Is there any question you have to the panel or comment if you don't have a question?
I think, Chairperson, what I would like to say is our policies are good. They may need amendments here and there, tweaking. We have a good legislative framework. We have a good constitution. Let's not undermine it. But we also have corruption, although we have all of these things. It's something that we need to dig in as a country on how we address this scourge, because it's making also the public service unattractive to future public servants. And that is why when you listen on radio, people talking about the public service, it's like this whole bunch of people who are corrupt. I know thousands of public servants as colleagues in public works who I know are not corrupt. Maybe someone has engaged in some deviant behavior here and there, but we need to be careful about also how we label people because of what we can hear and, or rather we have heard about them. But I think for me, those are my parting shots. Remember the example I gave of landing in Moscow and dangling the South African Constitution in front of these Russian teachers in an academy in Moscow. They were speaking Russian and they were very impressed. For me, those memories they give me hope that We have always been on the right track. Maybe something else just sidetracked us and we need to go back to that track where we're in. And it doesn't come from the fact that Mandela was or rather it was influenced by the fact that Mandela was a revered global icon. But I think it's incumbent upon us to regroup and make sure that we stick to the basic principles and values of the Constitution, Chairperson. It's all written down.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flakela. We are still going to interview others, but at the conclusion of all the interviews, you will get the feedback of your interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, honorable members, for your questions. I enjoyed the engagement.
we have the candidate before us. I want to be correct in terms of pronunciation. I'm particular with pronunciation. You are Miss Sibela or Sebela? I have a Sutu inclination, that's why I say Sibela.
Thank you, Chair. Sevilla.
Sibela.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. As I said, welcome to this interview. Relax, feel free, don't be threatened in any way. We are not here to put you on the spot, but of course we are here to make sure that you answer questions that we may have on you. And if at any given time during this interview you want to have a sip of water, you are allowed to do that. Please relax. Now, let me introduce myself properly. I am Jojo James. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and also chairing this interview panel. Honorable members, after you have made your presentation, I'm sure you are aware that first of all, you are going to make your presentation. And we would like you, as you make your presentation, combine theory with practice. And you are going to be timed. I think I must emphasize this, Ms. Paul, because all applicants are given 15 minutes to present. Thereafter, honorable members will ask you questions and they will introduce themselves as they ask questions. Relax, please. As I said, I'm Jojo James. Thank you very much. We are going to time you now. You have 15 minutes. You can begin with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation outline is done, and the topic of my presentation is the deviant behavior in the public service, specifically looking at the supply chain management and the human resource management, which deals with recruitment, promotion, transfers, and dismissals. So the layout is the introduction, the supply chain management, the legislation surrounding the supply chain management, the human resource management and the legislation thereof, and then recommendations and conclusion. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a brief overview of how the Public Service Commission should deal with deviant behavior with regards to supply chain management and the recruitment or promotion of personnel at middle and senior management without proper qualifications and skills, as much as they might have experience. For me, it was very important to define the term deviant behavior, which specifically means that which specifically refers to the acts of employees in the workplace, which are not only considered as not being in conformity with the norms of work rules and the behavior thereof, but also damaging to the organization. The supply chain management is concerned with the coordination of all parties involved in delivering the combination of inputs, outputs, or outcomes that will meet a specified public sector requirement. SCM, which is the supply chain management, it promotes new public management model by means of improved financial management. And it has its own guiding principles, which are fairness, equitability, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. That means that as and when we roll out the process of supply chain, those are the guiding principles. Since its inception in 2003, training and workshops have been ongoing across various spheres of government. And however, despite the effort in capacitating practitioners with appropriate skills and knowledge, SCM execution still remains a challenge. I think that is caused by the thin line between what an employee in the supply chain management can see as deviant. There has been, I can put it like an outcry in the past with regards to SCM where people have been negotiating for deals with the officials, but that cannot be proved because it's a very thin line there. So with regards to the legislation, Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108 of 1996 as amended, provides the basis for procurement, and it further provides for just administration and access to information and requires high standard of ethics within the public administration. With regards to human resource management, which is about the recruitment or promotion of personnel, together with the transfers of personnel, we are then saying that recruitment is an important part of the human resource management in the fact that when there is a position, it will be advertised and there will be a pool of people that apply for that particular position. And it is in that regard that the people that are qualified be appointed in those positions. They should be qualified and they must have the proper skills and knowledge to carry out the job. So it is regarded as deviant behavior to recruit or promote personnel at middle and senior management without proper qualifications, as much as they might have experience, as there can be another applicant who is fully equipped with all those requirements. Our legislative mandate gives directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the basic values and principles set out in Section 195(1) of the Constitution. In terms of the Public Service Act, Section 9B, the evaluation of persons shall be based on their training, their skills, their competence, knowledge, and the need to redress the imbalances of the past to achieve a service broadly representative of the South African people. I therefore recommend and conclude that the employees need to be made aware of the impact and the consequences involved if they do not follow due processes to utilize a competitive process for both quotations and bids, incorrect utilization of the preference point systems, and lack of appropriate bid committees, and use of unqualified suppliers, meaning doing shortcuts when you have to do the full bid process of bid specifications, bid evaluations, and bid adjudication with proper committed structures. Should it be found that due processes were not followed, then disciplinary action can be taken against the employee. In conclusion, deviant behavior is still a huge problem in the public sector, often compounded by greed, disguising unethical behavior as gifts, and the need to get rich quick, and is more often difficult in thoroughly identifying and proving it. There are many employees who are aware of deviant behavior, but do not report because they are too scared to get involved. It is therefore imperative that public servants comply with ethical standards and conduct their business in a fair and reasonable manner and with high levels of integrity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sibel. As I said, honorable members are going to ask you questions. They will introduce themselves before they ask. I begin here.
Dumela. Emma. Ke bidiwa Dr. Mimi Gondwe, ke leloko la Committee ya Public Service and Administration, e be ke nna leloko la subcommittee e dirang di interview tsonetse. Ke tlo go le botsa dipotso tse pedi. These are follow-up questions following up on your presentation that touched on deviant behavior and SCM, processes and the recruitment around that. My first question is, how has non-compliance with fair recruitment procedures contributed towards unfairness, inequity, non-competitiveness, and the escalation of costs in the public service? And how can these challenges be resolved? Would you like me to repeat the question? Okay. All right. So the first part of the question is, how has non-compliance with fair recruitment procedures contributed towards unfairness, inequity, non-competitiveness, and the escalation of costs in the public service? And how can these challenges be resolved? We tshwere potso ya me, mama. Di pedi akere? Thank you.
Non-compliance regarding human resource related matters have indeed caused unfairness and non-competitiveness, in the sense that it basically means that processes have been not properly followed, and it also means that shortcuts have been taken in the process, and or things have not been done according to the guidelines of the Act. This costs the institutions a lot of money, because firstly, it would mean that the person does not have the required skills and knowledge to and or experience to do the job. And as a result, after concluding the process, you would find that the committees have to go back in order to find the relevant candidate, because perhaps the one that has been taken before is incompetent in delivering his or her duties. So in order to resolve these challenges, one would look at making sure that the legislation is followed in terms of the recruitment and promotion and transfer of personnel and even dismissal, so that one could cut down on the costs of going to court. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to correct something. It is non-compliance with fair procurement procedures. So you said human resource procedures. It's procurement procedures. All right.
Thank you for the correction, ma'am. In terms of the supply chain management, if I can put it that way, because it encompasses supply chain management. procedures. If it is unfair, it would mean that the committees bypassed some of the guiding principles in executing their task. And you would find that the committees were not well structured in terms of the specification committee, the bid adjudication committee, and yeah, you would then therefore that you would find that the company that is not suitable to deliver the required service or products is then appointed to deliver those services. In order to resolve the SCM deviant behavior, it is necessary to ensure that the structures are formed that comply in terms of the properly constituted committees of the bid. All the bid committees should be properly constituted, and people should not be informed or rather told of how to do their job in terms of who to appoint as the service provider, but the person who scores based on the preferential point system must then be appointed, and who is qualified and has got experience to deliver the services or the product must then be appointed to deliver that service or job. Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings, Mayor Sibila. I am Honorable Mzwaka Sibese, a member of the DPSA and also committee and also a member of this panel. I will still ask you about the supply chain which you have presented. So my question will be based on it. So my question is, in which area of the process is supply chain management remaining a challenge in spite of training and workshops across the public service? How can these challenges be overcome? Did you get the question? In which areas of the process is supply chain management remaining a challenge in spite of training and workshops across the public service? How can these challenges be overcome?
Thank you. It's in the selection of the appropriate service provider. The challenges would be overcome, like I already indicated, by ensuring that risk committees are formed in order to look at the credibility of the service providers that are appointed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mme, and good afternoon. And in your presentation, you firmly spoke to the defiant behavior and what it exposes the public service to. You further highlighted the reputational damage of the defiant behavior. You also have quoted the Public Service Act of 1994 and the Employment Equity Act of 1998 in evaluating the right people for the job in relation to to the representativity and the skills. You mentioned that recruitment must be made from qualified candidates and promotion from a pool of qualified promotable candidates. In lieu of that, one would then ask Uguti, do you think that recruiting unqualified people and promoting them affects service delivery? If that is true, can you please support your response and mention regulations or the legislations that might have been affected in that regard? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed true that in my presentation, I've talked to deviant behavior and its impact, and that qualified candidates should be selected for the job. It is true that should the unqualified people be selected for the job, the service delivery obviously will be compromised because the person will not have the right skills, will not have the right qualifications and or experience to deliver the tasks. So in lieu of that, it is necessary that one looks at the labor relation, one needs to be guided by the Labor Relation Act and the Basic Conditions of Employment Act in order to ensure that the right person for the right job is selected to discharge the mandate of the services for which she is appointed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good day, Mem Sibila. My name is Telisom Kweba. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of DPSA and also one of the panelists. Ma'am, thank you very much for your presentation. However, I've got almost two questions for you. One, ma'am, the national framework towards the implementation of professionalization of the public sector makes specific proposals to stabilize public administration by ensuring personnel are appointed on merit-based recruitment and selection in the public service. So in terms of section 196B and D of the Constitution, the mandate of the PSC is to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the administration and the personnel practices in the public sector. What is your understanding of the framework towards professionalizing the public service? And what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring implementation of the national framework towards professionalization? Thank you, Chair. Not sure if you have heard me. Or the two questions. What is your understanding of the framework, which is the national framework on the implementation of professionalization of the public sector towards professionalizing the public service? And what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring the implementation of the national framework towards professionalizing the PS?
Thank you, ma'am. According to the national framework regarding the professionalization of the public sector, from the Constitution 196B and D, professionalization is talking to ensuring that the services are delivered in an effective and efficient manner and with guided by the principles or rather the values of equity, integrity, and accountability and respect. Professionalization also talks to ensuring that the public service members are workshopped or rather trained in their areas of competencies so that they are better aware of the expectations and the mandates that they have to deliver on. What role is the play ensuring the implementation towards? Thank you. For the second part, the role that the Public Service Commission is playing to ensure the implementation towards professionalizing the Public Service Commission is that the Public Service Commission promotes the values and principles as guided by the Public Service Act, that of transparency and ensuring that the services are delivered in a fair and equitable manner and with a high standard of integrity. And more competitiveness and equity. Therefore, the role of the Public Service Commission will be to ensure that there is fairness and equitability in the process of professionalization. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, precious Sibela. My name is Vuyisile. Surname is Malumane. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee in DPSA and also a member in the subcommittee. My question to you, I want you to assist us because there is this thing of huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. My question is, in your own opinion, how could public servant be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but yet it's still going on? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I agree that we, as the public servants, are experiencing huge loss of money due to the public servants members doing the business with the state. And I purely think that it is a matter of greed, with lack of a better word, and the need to get rich quick and to compare with the Jones of this country. As a result, it forces the public servants to get in business with the state, and as a result, influence the processes more significantly in those that have the power to do so. So in order to ensure that public service members do not do business with the state, is that one, the risk committees need to be set and be in a proper position to effectively discharge their functions in ensuring that as and when they check the databases, the names of the people that are employed by the state can be flagged easily so that they can be taken to account. Again, should it be then proven that we have lost money and you are part of the reason why the money was paid out to you while you are working for the state, I think the state should have the right and to get the monies back that were given to you, because it already puts you at an advantage, but it puts the taxpayers on a disadvantage. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mamu Sibela. I am Miriam Gibi, a member of the committee and also a member of the panel. Ms. Sibela, after you have applied for this post, definitely you made your own research on Public Service Commission in preparing yourselves for the interview. Now I have two questions for you, Ma. My first one is, if given the post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? My second question is, how can the independence of the administration of the Public Service Commission be protected since officials in the Commission are appointed through the Public Service Act of 1994?
Thank you, ma'am. I got the first question. Can you just please repeat the second?
The second one, how can the independence of the administration of the Public Service Commission be protected since officials in the Commission are appointed through the Public Service Act 1994? We swear, Joel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, Mama. It's now my turn.
No, I still have to respond to her. No, yet, not yet.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You have not responded. Sorry for that. I'm rushing. Okay, Mama. Relax. You can respond now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. If given the post, I would ensure that the independence and impartiality of the commission is protected and maintained in ensuring that the rights of the public service members are protected. I will also ensure that I promote sound labor relations in the public service and also ensure that their grievances are heard and managed accordingly. It will also be my duty to protect the interests of the public servants in also ensuring and understanding that they are the ones that are doing most bulk of the job, mostly with lack of resources. It will also be my duty to ensure that the public is served with the integrity it deserves. It will also put me on a situation whereby accountability should be key from myself as the commissioner and the public service officials owning to our key responsibilities of what we are discharged or rather mandated to do. The administration will be protected. No, I've lost it, sorry. I think you can again please repeat the second question. How can the...
I will do that for you, ma'am. How can the independence of the administration of the PSC be protected since officials in the commission are appointed through the Public Service Act 1994?
Thank you, ma'am. The Public Service Commission is independent and reports to the portfolio committee and then to the president. So to protect the services, the officials in the public service, those that are appointed by the Public Service Act, one would need to be impartial and honest in delivering his or her duties and act in a fair manner at all times. One would also need to be responsible for her actions and be accountable at all times. Be accountable at all times to the people that are waiting for the services to be delivered.
Thank you, Ma. I will preface my question with a preamble and then ask you a question after the preamble. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the Public Service Commission on public administration malpractices, particularly in areas of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in government departments. Now the question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service? Let me repeat it. I could see that you didn't get it properly. How can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigating of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service? Did you get it now? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think then that it would then be proper to appoint risk committees in this regard in order to deal with the corruption in the Public Services Commission. And one would also ensure that audit committees are put in place to ensure that to tighten the loopholes and the gaps that are busy eroding the culture that is expected from the public servants, as we are now in a position where we have tainted the public service officials to be corrupt. So I think those structures would assist in ensuring that the positive culture of the public service servants is brought back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mama Gwen. Is there any comment you might want to make or question to the panel?
No, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. We, of course, at the end of all the interviews, you will get a feedback in terms of how did you perform in this interview. You will get that in due course in writing. Once again, thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview.
Thank you for the opportunity to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Your surname correctly?
Some say Magaman, some say Magaman, some say Makarman.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. You were given a topic on which you must make a presentation to the panel. And you were also given 15 minutes to make that presentation to the panel. Relax, feel free, don't be threatened by our presence here. We are not here to put you on the spot. In any given moment, if you feel like drinking water, you are allowed to do that. And the members of the panel, as I said, they will ask you questions after the presentation, and they are going to introduce themselves before they ask the question. I am Jojo James. I'm chairing this interview panel. I'm also the chairperson of the Public Service and Administration Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Mr. Megaman. You can start now with your presentation. As I've said, we are going to time you for 15 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. Relax, feel free. You switch on the mic, Mr. Megaman?
Yeah, I say thank you for the opportunity, and let me thank the Portfolio Committee as well for giving me this opportunity to come and make this presentation, and I hope I will impress. Yeah, let's take it from there. So I started off by saying dazzled by lights, bird's eye view of the risk universe, with officials conducting business with the state. It is a challenge, and it is a problem. As you can see there, what I mean by dazzled by lights, a person who's well qualified, who's principled, and who has the ethics and the morals to do the job, and he gets employed, then gets lights. I'm not talking about blue lights, I'm talking about lights in general, suddenly become in the spotlight, and everybody wants to interact with you. And at times, if you don't have the level head, it will run away with you, and then you get captured by business people. That is the bird's eye view that I've given. Risks of officials doing business with the state, very, very, very serious challenge that we have in the country. Obviously, if I'm an official and I've got interest, not necessarily straight interest, but interest with a friend, a colleague, or anybody, there will be partiality, and that is not what we would stand for as a committee. There will be biasness, because I will chase and ensure that, or try and ensure that my people or my company gets whatever they have pitched for. There's obviously an advantage over state resources, unfair advantage, as the biases would then create that unfair biasness, and you would not be able to allocate the resources equitably to those that are deserving, and it is a challenge. The professionalization of the state gets into play there, where people start conflicting or conflating their positions because of collusion, friendship, etc., etc. As I'm saying, collusion is also very, very a big challenge. What we see in the civil servants, and then because people do collude. I could be in a committee in the supply chain management and collude with my colleagues. Then it becomes something like a syndicate, etc., etc. And then these are things that we should fight against. Price fixing, also a huge problem generally in the country, be it at a very high level like bread. There was a problem with Albania and other companies where there was price fixing in the private sector. Same thing, collusion leads to price fixing, where we exchange our prices and agree to certain prices, either to drop them or inflate them, depending from which angle you want to come from, so that you can empower your buddies, etc., etc. Looting has also become a serious challenge where a bottle of water can cost 10 rand and then they inflate prices and it becomes 50 rand. For me, that is looting because you're not getting value for money. Corruption, chair and members, is a singular most impediment on the growth and development of a country. It has the propensity of bringing the economy to its knees. A case in point would be Goldenberg scandal in Kenya, where 100 billion Kenyan shillings went missing, where government colluded with officials and private company to export gold, and they were subsidizing that, and it created a huge mess in Kenya, an economic mess. I think they're still trying to recover from that. The recent Zondo Commission has also exposed the billions of rands stolen in state coffers and state coffers that were looted. I'm not going to go into the detail. I think even during the week, there was a case in KZN. I'm not going to say who is there, where it is alleged that officials colluded with politicians to get certain outcomes. And this money could have been used for healthcare, education, crime, which is a very serious in the problem in the country. And we should be spending more on social issues, and they try and build the economy. In April 2020, just an indicator, 1,539 public servants were doing business with the state, 111 provincially and 438 nationally. This is a serious problem, and it should be dealt with because of legislation that is there that we should implement, etc., etc. But this is a huge, huge problem, Chair. Chair and members as well, the Public Service Commission, we should be promoting ethics. If you read the Constitution, you read the Public Service Act, Code of Conduct, these are the things that I think we should be, not I think, that I'm saying we should be, that the Commission should be dealing with very seriously. Ethics is a very, very serious challenge in the country, and it's even spilling over in society in general. Morals are being eroded, and there is, to promote ethics, that is our biggest challenge. Efficiency, we should use whatever state resources, be it administration, be it finances, whatever, it should be used efficiency, like in the efficiently, and the economic use of resources must be, there must be accountability. Accountability being we must be responsive to the needs of the people out there, and be transparent and let people know if there are challenges with regard to service delivery and whatever citizens expect. Chair and members, measures in place, they are there. They are there. I cannot say they are not there. The problem is maybe the monitoring and the evaluation and the impact that the commission would have on these measures if they are implemented properly. We have to inculcate the culture of ethics. I see the Gauteng Provincial Legislature today have an ethics workshop as we are speaking now. Controls are there. We should encourage disclosure, declaration of interest, risk management. There should be lifestyle audits, and whistleblowing must be given space within the public service so that people can express it. You can find a way of trying to let people raise some of the issues. Capacitation. We should be a state that continuously capacitates our civil servants, ensure that we manage the use of the human resources very efficiently and effectively. One of the problems that we have, Chairman and committee, is the consequence management. We talk about consequence management, the AG speaks about consequence management, but I don't know, is it a cumbersome exercise within the human resource systems, or what is the challenge? But consequence management, we are lacking, and I think if there is no consequence management, we are going to fail. And it's something that the Commission must look at very seriously and passionately, because if we can deal with that, I think half of our problems, if not 3/4 or most of our problems in the country will be resolved. The guidelines and regulations, there are other guidelines that are there. There are other legislation that's there, starting from the Constitution, the Public Service Act. But for me, what stood out was Regulation 13C, which prohibits public service employees from doing business with the state. That is endemic, and that is happening throughout. Section 8 of the Public Administration Act as well of 2014, where it also reemphasizes that employees may not do any business with the state. Chair and members, when we get to the supply chain management, code of conduct for public servants, I think it should be stricter. As I said, consequence management for what we're doing. It should not be lip service. It should be something that we take passionately, and whoever gets employed must ensure that they take that the code of conduct very seriously, because then it becomes like an anthem where we sing it and we hum it, but do not take it and internalize it and make it part of our lives. Implementation of guidelines, of legislation and guidelines, that as well as it's almost what I've said, because for me, the Constitution, the Public Service Act, and the Code of Conduct are almost the same. Every one of them, or each one of them, gets its mandate from the Constitution. It talks about democratic values that we have, and the responsiveness that we should have, about principles that we should inculcate in our public servants so that we achieve what we can. Corruption Act of 1994, there's the Prevention or Combating of Corruption Act, the PFMA, one of the legislations that I think could assist, although it does have its challenges in terms of the broad economic empowerment and transformation agenda that we have set. But I think it's something that we should also look at it and ensure that we implement it properly and with meaning and not just lip service. PAJA of 2000 as well. These are guidelines that can help us to achieve what we want to achieve. Treasury Regulations, Protected Disclosure Act, it's very important so that people don't find themselves having a conflict of interest when they deal with any matter. If there's a conflict of interest, doesn't mean that it's because I have an interest in a certain company, but it could be my values, what I stand for, etc., and then I can recuse myself. The impact on supply chain management, financial losses, obviously, that I've stated, that which we could have used better to uplift and transform the lives of our people, especially the poor, to bring them up to scratch. As the Public Service Commission should ensure that we have unbiased service delivery, and that we try, as I said, to bring the former disadvantaged area and give them the same service. The denting image of government, our democratic government, is being dented. Somebody was making an example that as a parent or as a leader in society, these days, if you tell somebody you work for ESCOM, how they look at you, what goes through people's minds, and these are issues that I think the perceptions that we should change. Denting the image of government, as I've said, demoralization of staff get demoralized because you find, I believe, the majority of our public servants they're highly ethical, but they are at the mercy of those that might be on the decision-making end or influence-making end, and it does demoralize them. I think I've reached the end. Chair, thank you, members of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Now the honorable members are going to ask you questions, and they are going to introduce themselves as they ask questions.
Thank you, Chair.
The floor is now open.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Goeiemiddag, meneer Magerman.
Goeiemiddag, mevrouw.
Ek is Mariam Kibi, 'n lid van die komitee en ook 'n lid vandag van hierdie paneel.
Van die paneel.
Van die
Oké,
paneel,
dank
ja.
u.
Ek het een vraag om vir u te vra. You mentioned the manner in which corruption deprives services in healthcare, education, and also in energy. Do you believe that service delivery protests are sometimes not caused by government not wanting to deliver, but by the dwindling resources to cater for all issues of society? How do we address this challenge moving forward? I hope you got my question.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Kibi. I did get the gist. Chair, should I respond to each and every member?
Yes.
Okay.
Every question.
Madam Kibi, government has got the right intentions. Government wants, we've got an economy that is also not growing equally to the demands of what is out there. Corruption adds to the burden that government has, and it diminishes our ability as government, as the democratic government, to meet the needs of people. But government's intentions are there. I mean, you can also see, I think during the week or something, the MEC for Health in Gauteng was opening up a clinic, but there were protests, and it was not about the clinic, but it was about work. So you see the heart of government and the intentions of government are there. I hope I've answered you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Afternoon, Mr. Magerman. Sorry for the pronunciation if it is wrong. My name is Voisile, surname is Malomane. I'm part of the panel or of the committee. My question to you, it will be based on your presentation under Public Service Commission mandate, where you spoke about to promote ethics, efficiency, economic use of resources, and accountability. Since you listed the factors involved in the mandate of Public Service Commission, can you explain how the Public Service Commission promotes ethical behavior and to ensure accountability? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Makomana. Ne? Malomana, or maybe it's how I write. I think I failed. They used to call it scriff, Madam, at school. Thank you for the question. How can I put it? Can you just repeat your question, please, ma'am? I want to make sure I answer the correct thing.
Since you listed factors involved in the mandate of the Public Service Commission, can you explain how the Public Service Commission promotes ethical behavior and to ensure accountability? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to give you, I would not be able to give a version of what the public service is doing and how they can promote it. I'll give you a version because I'm not part of it at this point in time as to what to do, because my experience has shown me, but I think road shows, workshops are only part of how we can promote ethical governance. As I've said as well, maybe also the professionalization of the state, where we can engage with our public servants, because once you have a capable state, you should be able to make an impact on the lives of people and deliver accordingly. I hope I've answered you, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Magame.
Thank you. you, ma'am.
My name is Telisom Gweba. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on PSA and part of this subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. And my question in your presentation is that, do you think accountability is executed properly by merely reporting what happened and what had not happened and by who? Or it should also involve mitigation and consequence management for the future? Please support your answer, whether you believe this is happening or not happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mukweba. As I think I have alluded to the fact that there are systems in the state, and accountability is very key. But accountability should not just be about reports and complaints, etc., etc. There should be, as I've said earlier, consequence management, and we should, the PSC should find a way of dealing with it. In my previous life, I used to look at the Public Service Commission and say, I don't feel them, because they would send reports, and then the annual report at the end of the year. But I believe in the past couple of years or two, things have changed. I don't know, is it happening throughout in Gauteng, where the reports are looked upon and they are given to the legislature. I don't know how Parliament works. The report gets adopted, recommended, adopted by Parliament. Then what? In an annual report form, we look at what have we done, what is the impact we have made, and if the impact that we have made is showing declining figures, but there are no consequences, it means that we won't win the fight that we have set ourselves out to be. So for me, as a Section 10, I think the way we are formed, we could have a lot of bark and lesser bite. So I would really like to see more consequence management, be it at Parliament, be it the legislature. I used to get those reports in my former life, and I would look at it and say, so what? So we have to elevate some of these things and take action, especially at committees, at a committee level. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Rosina Komani, who's the member of the Public Service and Administration Committee, who also happens to be a panelist for this interview. And thank you for your presentation and deliberations to that. And when we were listening attentively to your presentation, you raised a very sharp point on corruption being an enabler to most of the challenges. You further mentioned the acts and the legislations put in place, yet there are still many cases of reported misconducts. You further raised an element of you raised the lifestyle audit being used as a tool to try and cap some of the challenges. Yet we still find ourselves in the very same situation. From a layman's perspective, one would maybe, from your presentation, think that maybe it is because wrong people are deployed to wrong places, or some people who are not fit for the job, maybe by virtue of them being rewarded for certain things to those positions, as one may use a street name if I may be wrong. But then one would then be tempted to ask you this question based on the presentation that you have given us. There's a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. I've got two questions based on that, on the experience that one has found. In your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there's a legislation already preventing this practice, yet it still goes on? And yeah, I think I've gone to that level. So maybe if you when you answer this question, you should maybe come up with a clearer indication of how, given the fact that we know corruption by people who are meant to be doing everything at their at cost to save the taxpayers' money and to enforce the legislations. Those are the enablers by virtue of them being corrupt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Komane. You see, for me, is if you have a public servant or public servants that are up to what? Up to scratch or up to the required standards, it will assist. But as I said earlier, is I think the lack of consequence management and the application of legislation is creating the situation. It could be that there are people who are not able or are deployed, as you're saying, not because of their ability, but because of connectivity or their connections to be able to get some of the positions. And that is one of the passions that I have, that we have to see or ensure that we try and clean up, get the right people in the right jobs. I thought maybe the Public Service Commission is embarking on a program of auditing what we have and where there's a lack of capacity, to recommend that people are deployed correctly, or they have the ability and the capacity to do their jobs, unlike putting somebody into a job that they don't qualify for. Because once you don't know the job and I deploy you, it means I owe you, so you can manipulate me. It is a problem, and I think it's the Public Service Commission's responsibility to ensure that we deal with that. How is something else. It could be, as I said, with workshops, but it's better to make an analysis of what you had, look at the reports, the annual reports, and see where the gaps are. Maybe that will be a starting point, but we are lacking behind, and things are getting worse. Maybe it's wrong deployment, or maybe it's wrong appointments, and we are seeing the consequences of what is happening. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Sir.
Greetings, Mr. Errol. I am Zwakas Bisi, member of this committee. As you were preparing yourself, I understand that you have also familiarized yourself with some certain legislations. There is the national framework, or the national framework towards the implementation of professionalism of the public sector, makes specific proposals to stabilize public administration by ensuring personnel are appointed on merit-based recruitment and selection in the public service. I will ask you two questions based on this preamble. First question would be Section 196, subsection B and D of the Constitution mandate the PSC to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the administration and the personnel practices in the public service. Question one will be, what is your understanding of the framework towards professionalizing the public service? And to what role should the Public Service Commission play in ensuring implementation of the national framework towards professionalizing? I thank you.
Thank you, sir. As I, maybe from an outsider's point of view, looking at things differently, the professionalization of the public service, it is very, very, very important, because you would have like your, is it the engineering sector that has certain qualifications, SEICA, which has, there are certain qualifications. In the past, there was the town clerks board. So for you to be able to move to a certain level, there are certain qualifications that you might require. And I think, as I said earlier, maybe I was under the impression that is exactly what the Public Service Commission is currently doing. But also understanding that when the democratic government came in, there was a need to affirm people, to bring in people, even if you're from the banking sector or from Pick and Pay, as long as you're at a certain position, you would then be given an opportunity. And unfortunately, I think in the process, we let the ball drop as a democratic government. So we need to go back, do the audit as I've earlier indicated. Unfortunately, I'm not there, I'm looking at it from outside. Do the audit, make the proper recommendations, and empower those officials, and recommend certain causes or capacity building initiatives for them to be able to do their work. That is how I see it being done. Being inside would be a different dynamic, because you would do the monitoring, evaluation, and see the impact that we're doing. Not just the reports, but really seeing what is the Public Service Commission doing. As I said earlier, I didn't feel the Public Service Commission when I was there, but I believe, and I hope you won't be offended by me saying that I didn't feel, the commission. The reports were there. You'd get a report once when the commissioner comes to the legislature and speaks to different portfolio committees, and then at the end of the year, there is an annual report. But in terms of really making that impact and for the Public Service Commission to be felt, I did not feel it. I did not take it seriously, but I think it is time that we turn things around. But reading what I'm reading, I think there's a lot now being done. It is being taken more seriously. I'm talking now from a Gauteng perspective. Thank you. I hope I've answered you, sir. Thank you, Mzwake. I'm sorry to call you by the name. It's just that I'm more familiar with Mzwake. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mahaman. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and also a member of the subcommittee that is conducting these interviews. I have one question for you, and I think you've already alluded to this, in your responses around the Public Service Commission and the fact that you felt, in your former life that officials could disregard, the reports emanating from the Public Service Commission and just set them aside. And you also question the role of the legislature and parliament. So my question is, the PSC functions are aimed at, amongst other things, promoting the values and principles governing public administration. And I'm talking about the principles and values that are articulated in the Constitution around public administration, and to give direction aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. In your view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact, a felt impact in the public service? And I know you've alluded to this, but I need you to just get into more detail around why you feel it's not making an impact. You've already clearly stated that you feel it's not having the desired impact, although you did mention that now the position could have changed, and And given that you feel it's not making, the desired impact or the impact that we need, it to make, do you think that the Public Service Commission needs to reposition itself so that it can make an impact, given its wider mandate of promoting the values and the principles governing public administration as articulated in the Constitution? Have you understood my question? I know I said a
I
mouthful.
think I have Dr. Conway.
Thank you.
I said I don't feel the impact because, if you look at the AG, once the AG has spoken, the nation and the structures listen. There is follow-ups, there's legislation that is enacted or suggested that certain things should be done. Like now there's new things about portfolio of evidence. There are all these things that the OG is making. But in terms of why I think I don't know, is because it's a section 10 and not a section 9. I think as the Public Service Commission, for us to evaluate the impact that we are making, it's something that should be done internally. I can only say it from outside, from what I see, but factually, I don't know. But if I am appointed, I think these are some of the things we'll get through. As I said, I don't know how you work as a portfolio committee. What do you do with the reports? How does the speaker account? Or is the report noted by the House? And what remedial action is taken after the report has been adopted? So those are things that I say maybe those are not things, that is what is happening. But I believe in Gauteng things have changed. The reports are taken very seriously. The reports are given directly now to the different portfolio committees, and they should respond directly to the Public Service Commission. I've not experienced that, but from the research I've done before I came here. As I said, for me, it's always about impact and quality service delivery, because we don't exist. Why would we exist as government if we don't have quality service delivery to our people and attempting to, as I said, bring the former disadvantaged area to a level that is satisfactory? Thank you. I hope you have answered you, Madam.
Yes, sir, you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you, sir. Now it's my turn to ask you the question. I will preface my question with a preamble. It is believed that responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the Public Service Commission on public service administration, and the malpractices, particularly in the area of irregular appointments and curbing of corruption in the government departments. Now the question is, how can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service? Can I repeat the question?
I think
How can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service?
Thank you, Chair. As I said, I am looking at from outside and would not know the strength and the weaknesses within the Public Service Commission itself. But from looking at it from outside, as I said, the investigative role should should be much broader and it should be felt, maybe both at the provincial and at a parliament level. That once there is, I don't know to deal with investigators, but if they're investigators, I think we should utilize them more, capacitate them more, and have things like hotlines, whistleblowing protection, etc., and not compromise those that are exposing illegal and unethical things. I think for me that is that, but if I was inside, I would have looked at the reports, given to what the reports are showing me, and evaluating if we are making an impact, then my response will be to that. But I think, Chair, investigative, I don't know what the powers are of the investigative team. Depending on what the powers are, I think we can have a comprehensive response to end this scourge that we are under. I hope I've answered you, Chair.
Yeah, you have answered. Now, do you have any comment you want to make to the panel or question?
Chair, I'm just going to make one comment that I think the experience that I have will bring value to the commission, and the passion maybe that I have for clean governance, impartiality, and not be aligned politically is very, very important, because public service commissioner is like a public representative, an MP, an MPL, or a councillor, or any leader within society. That when you are elected or you are appointed, you should not apply your political preference, be it any bias preference that you have, to the work that you do, because you are not for a certain political party, but you are doing it for society, so for society in general. So I really think that will bring a value. The experience that I have would not go to waste, and I think I can add positively to the work of the commission. I don't have, Chair, a question for the commission. I think I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Of course, at the end of these interviews that we are conducting today, all of the applicants will get a response of how have they fared in the interview. You will get that at the end of the interviews. I want to once again thank you for coming before this interview panel. Now you can be released. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, support staff. I really appreciate this opportunity. Just having shortlisted for this position, I'm honored. Thank you very much.
You are Sifiso Benedict Kumalo.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Welcome to this interview. I want you to relax, feel free, don't be threatened by this environment of an interview. At any given time, if you feel like having a sip of water, you are allowed to do that. You were given a topic on which to make a presentation here in the interview, and you were also given 15 minutes to make that presentation. I will now give you the opportunity to make your presentation, and thereafter, honorable members will ask you questions, and they are going to introduce themselves before they pose a question to you. I am Jojo James, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and I'm also chairing this interview panel this afternoon. Thank you very much. You can begin with your presentation. Please relax, feel free. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and the honorable members. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Chair, without that much ado, I'm going to get into the presentation. I do have my notes on the side. I titled my presentation to deviant behavior in the public service, with specific reference to officials doing business with the state, and then discipline management within 60 days for middle managers and 90 days for senior managers. Chair, this is what the question was then saying: what is the role of the Public Service Commission as a institution that is made to support democracy and to ensure that the public service is efficient? Chair, in terms of that, let's look into the framework. I think it's very, very important to say what is the framework that upon which the public service should move. And that framework is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And in terms of that Constitution, then Section 10, you then find what we call the constitutional values in Chapter 10. Now, Chair, in terms of this Constitution, if I can, so in terms of those principles, if I can just say them, the first one talks about that the public service must be professional. The second one talks about the efficient economic use of resources. And then the third one talk about that the public service must be developmental, which is very, very important. And then the other factor, it talks about that people's needs and care must be provided in a manner that is fair and equitable and objective by public servants. And then the fifth one, Chair, speaks about that there must be consultation. People must be consulted when legislation are made, and so on. There must be consultation. The citizenry must be consulted. And then we also then speak about the question of accountability, which plays a very, very important. The public service must be accountable. And the other one, then the question of transparency, Chair, I think that's very, very critical because the Constitution talks about transparency. And then, Chair, the eighth one then spoke about the human resources to say human resource management must be fair, must be done in a manner that promote growth, and in a manner that when there are recruitments, there's fairness, Chair, and in terms of ensuring that people are taken care of and there's fairness in the public service. And then the last one, Chair, speaks about the issue of representativity, which is very, very important and critical in the public service, that to say, as we do the public service, whether we're rendering service or whether we appointing or whatever, the issue of representativity is very, very important. That is the framework upon which the public service should move. Now, moving from there, Chair, the public service has got about 7 critical areas, commissioned 7 critical areas that they should operate on. In terms of those areas, the first thing that it's important, which is they call it the key performance areas of the Public Service Commission. That talks about labor relation, improvement, which is very, very important. It talks about the leadership and human resources. That's where they should also focus. It talks about governance monitoring, which they should do. And then also then it talks about service delivery and compliance and evaluations, as well as public administration investigations, which they can take from time to time, whether on their own volition or if there are complaints from the members of the public or and even public servants. But also the professional ethics chair, which is very, very important. The professional ethics is what should drive the public service chair. And then another area, the key performance area, is the question of is the Public Service Commission itself in terms of the management. Chair, there's a new tool or the new instrument that was introduced recently, which is very, very important by yourselves as lawmakers, as well as some of the members of some of the public servants. And that framework, the framework for professionalization of the public service, I think is one of the most critical tools that has happened and is going to help to ensure that the citizenry are safe regardless of where they belong. And they are also insulated from political influence, because sometimes it is important, but it's critical to say when we provide service, we are political, especially those officials that are in government. Chair, as I was going through this document in preparation, there was a quotation which I read, which the president was supporting the framework for professionalization. That became very, very prominent for me, which it says, I quote, "When I was elected to the position of the president of South Africa, I said that building an efficient, capable, and ethical public service will be a priority." That's very, very important. And chair and members, what is important as well is the question of saying, who is this public servant? A public servant is actually defined broadly as someone who works in the public service and hired in terms of Act 103 of 1994, popularly known as the Public Service Act, as well as supported by the regulations which it goes with that. Now, Chair, in terms of that, let me also indicate to say, I've said the public service should report to this committee on a regular once in terms of the Constitution. Chair, here with me, I've got books which I was involved many years ago, and they used to report what we call the State of the Public Service Address. It gives a high level state of the public service in the public service. The Public Service Commission has got that responsibility to ensure that they report to you, independent as they are, so that as an oversight structure and as people who are responsible to ensure that the citizens receive service, that happens, that they come back, they repeat, and then you are able to take actions, or you are able to report this or work with the executives to ensure that there is that accountability as the role of Parliament. So it's very, very important to say the Public Service Commission needs to work very, very closely, or it is actually working very, very closely with this committee, Chair. Chair, I've spoken about a number of legislation. I'm not going to get into most of it, but you've got some of these are called the tools and the instruments for the professionalization, but also for dealing with the areas that I've spoken about. The first one is the doing the business with the state. We've got that. And then the second one, the discipline, which should be managed within certain time frames. Chair, without then quoting all the legislation, I'm going to go on what is the implementation of all this. So one of the problems that we experience is the question of corruption in the public service, and which really erode public confidence to government. And so one of these things is when people doing business with the state and when collaborating with players as civil servants should be referees, not play, and allow those who are doing business, service providers to do. Chair, you've got instances, in some instances, where people, before they pay invoices, they want to be paid. They want they want some bag of money before invoices are paid, which is not fair, because for that person is going to pay the SARS and so on, but people just want money in terms of that. Now, the framework for ethics, which the DPS framework is is a tool that also need to be monitored by the Public Service Commission. One of the things that we've spoken about, the lifestyle audit, Chair. Let me just mention and also declare to say, Chair, I'm an ethics officer at where I am, at the institution where I am. I deal with disclosures, I deal with lifestyle audits and so on. And in terms of looking at the SMS members, MMS members, junior managers, as well as across the level. We're also looking at the conflict of interest, which is what the Public Service Commission deal with, remunerative works outside the public service, as well as gifts and hospitality, because these are some of the areas or issues that can be utilized for that. And also the verification tools, that's where we use the National Treasury Central Database System, the CIPC, which is the company database, the INETIS, which talks about the registration of cars, the DIS office, which talk about the registration of properties. And Chair, the PSC also monitors the anti-corruption hotline, which they must investigate, refer to the department. It's very, very important. That is their role. Now, Chair, let's look into the 90 days and the 60 days. The Code of Good Practice, Chair, is very, very clear, as well as the Resolution 1 of 2003 in terms of what should happen and how these matters should be tackled. Now, what are the practical implications, Chair, which we have seen? We have seen discipline cases which are not finalized within the time, 90 days, and then we have seen protracted suspensions costing the state a lot of money, because some of these people, you must then pay, you must then actually suspend with pay. And then the inability and willingness to deal with discipline in some of the areas, as well as technical areas, which leads to guilty officials and winning cases against government departments. The contestation by guilty parties to protect their jobs as well as interests, it's something that is happening. Chair, let me just give you a few figures here. Chair, I've done an analysis of 7 years, and of course taking it, my source being the financial misconduct report of the Public Service Commission, as well as the Auditor General audit outcome report of the Auditor General. Chair, in the 7 years, let me just give you to say, we have had 5,869 cases of financial misconduct. Now, Chair, in terms of those cases of 5,869, only the disciplinary was completed in 2,845 cases, which constitute less than 50%, because that's only 48.5%. And then the cases which are outstanding, Chair, which were not completed, is 51.5%, which is more than half. What are the implications of all this, Chair? The implication is that between these 7 years, starting from 2014-15 to 2021, in terms of the analysis that I've done, the state has lost 1.5 billion because of financial misconduct. And Chair, in terms of that financial misconduct, the recovery rate was very, very low, because it was just 0.1%. And that 0.1% is because it's that 154 million. So it's very, very less. It indicates it's an area of red flag that needs attention. And the Public Service Commission, as an independent body, needs to ensure that it monitors that such things do not happen. So now, in conclusion, Chair, as I finish, what should be done? The 9 constitutional values must be adhered to at all times. The Code of Good Practice and disciplinary codes must be observed, Chair, and the Public Service Commission's role in all this is to monitor that and ensure that it reports to you so that you can hold us and the public's representative accountable. The DPSA has introduced the framework for ethics management. That framework is a very, very good tool, Chair. I'm implementing it, and I believe that it just needs to be rolled out and be strengthened. Discipline has to be implemented according to legislation because the tools are there. It's not that the tools are not there, Chair. The tools are there, but it's a question of saying then how do we implement to ensure that they add the impetus to what we are trying to address. We must also strive to reduce and eliminate huge money on wasteful and fruitless expenditure pertaining to unethical conduct and delays in disciplinary processes. And then, Chair, in terms of this, the Public Service Commission must monitor to ensure that managers must manage and employees must do their work. And as I conclude, Chair, I want to conclude by saying what then should be done. The Public Service Commission must play a role to ensure that the Public Service Commission, it is professionalized. Number two, the public service is professionalized. And number three, the public service is professionalized. And ngiyabonga.
Conducting your interview. I have questions around lifestyle audits and the financial disclosure framework, and you alluded to lifestyle audits in your presentation, but I need you to drill down a bit on lifestyle audits and explain to us the role of lifestyle audits as a mechanism for uprooting corruption in the public service. So what role do lifestyle audits play, as a mechanism or as a means of uprooting corruption in the public service? And in responding to this question, please link your response to the financial disclosure framework. That is my first question. My second question is, what are your recommendations for improving the pace of lifestyle audits? We recently, as a committee, received presentations around the pace of lifestyle audits in the public service. And by the pace, I mean how they're being conducted in the public service. And we were concerned that the pace is staggeringly slow. So my question becomes, what are your recommendations for improving the pace of lifestyle audits in the public service and compliance with the financial disclosure framework? Because compliance with that particular framework still remains a cause for concern. Ntate Khumalo, have you understood my questions, or would you like me to repeat the first?
No, I've got it, Chair.
Okay, you don't want me to repeat because I know I said a lot?
Okay.
Yes.
That will help.
Okay. So the first question was around the role of lifestyle audits as a mechanism for uprooting corruption in the public service. And responding to this question, to please link your response in this regard to the financial disclosure framework. And the second part of my question is, what are your recommendations for improving, the conducting of lifestyle audits in the public service and compliance in terms of the financial disclosure framework?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Let's start about the role of the lifestyle audit. Lifestyle audit will actually give red flags where there's illicit gains, or where people there is a misalignment between what one earns and between the lifestyle that the person lives. Now, the role therefore of the disclosure framework, it becomes a trigger, because the first step in terms of the framework is that there must be a disclosure in terms of what we have. And then after the disclosure, we then, there's a need therefore to check to say what the person has disclosed, is it in line with the life of a person? Let me give an example, Chair. And we know, let's take for instance, a level 9 person, a level 9 person, or as an SMS, you find a level 9 person driving a car which is, over 20, over $1 million. That car, the installment will be about 20,000. If this person earns 17,000, unless that person has an additional income, then it becomes an issue. Therefore, during the disclosures, which leads to the next question, the issue of compliance is an issue, honourable member, and if compliance is an issue, which compliance become a trigger for lifestyle audit, because you don't just conduct lifestyle audit. Lifestyle audit should be based on the disclosures to say what is it that people have disclosed. Now, the first step, therefore, as you correctly put it, is the issue of compliance, which is still an issue. Compliance is still an issue in some of the departments, and therefore it's very, very important to be there should be a strict mechanism in terms of that compliance. Now, how do we then fast track the pace? What would I recommend? Chair, I think there has been a system that has been put on the live by the DPSA. I know they are facing it constantly. So how do I put it? Incrementally, this system. It has been normal for the SMS members. The MMS, I think, for instance, for 2 years, it was not there. It has been now rolled to the junior management. That is the level 9 and 10. Now, if we can ensure that the systems and the mechanisms are there, because the system needs to be evidence based, and then if there are flags, then it needs to be done. Secondly, Honorable Awada, panel, I would propose to say one of the areas I think the committee might be aware is the issue of sometimes the executives are not responding quick enough in terms of this matter, and then it becomes a challenge because it is them who must then cascade discipline in their department. So we need to ensure that there is a full buy-in and there is a full implementation of the executives in terms of the executing authority in terms of this, because if they put a firm hand on it, it's going to happen. And I'm aware that sometimes, as a person who have worked in the Public Service Commission before, there's a challenge of responses, and that challenge of response will definitely then hamper this. So I would say the involvement of the executives, fast tracking the pace and creating the systems to ensure that the system is fully manned and monitored by the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Sikumukele, Ms. Dr. Kumalo. According to your presentation, you put more emphasis on officials doing business with the state. So according to your good selves, what is wrong about the remunerative work outside the public service? How can these wrongs be corrected? Did you hear me clearly? Okay. What is wrong about the remunerative work outside the public service? How can these wrongs be corrected?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The challenge with the remunerative work is the question of conflict, because if the employee is doing dual work, there's going to be some moonlighting. And at the same time, it leads to mediocre service to the citizenry, because one can be in two areas at the same time. Let me give you an example, Honorable Member. As a person that I've said I'm in ethics, there was a person who wanted to apply to do remunerative work outside the work, but this person wanted to do the job of being a what we call it, estate agents. And then we said, if a person wants to view a house during the day, how are you going to do it? We refuse. So that is the problem with this remunerative work outside the public service. It takes time, and it creates a lot of conflicts. And because one will then prioritize that, and it robs the citizenry the type of service that they should get. That's the problem with this AROPS remunerative works outside the public service. It's a question of time, and it creates a lot of conflict, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. And Good afternoon, Dr. Kumalo.
Afternoon, Honorable Member.
Yeah, my name is Rosina Komani, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, who happens to be a member of the panel which interviews you for this position today. And thank you for the presentation. However, one should raise the following. In terms of your discipline management, you have raised some legislations that are involved in the discipline of management. One would have been interested to be listening on how will you expand on this prescripts. And the other factor is that you mentioned also the Bargaining Chamber Resolution 1 of 2003 and the Code of Good Practice in relation to the discipline or to disciplining of employees. And this would have assisted us, or this would assist us, maybe, if you can maybe speak to that, in terms of how that would assist us in minimizing having SMS members who are doing a business with the state, and which, as you have alluded in your presentation, is one of the causes of corruption. Furthermore, you have presented and illustrated in your presentation through books that you have been part of, which have been one of the tools that have been used, if I got to right, by the Public Service Commission. But seated here, with the challenges that we are facing, that you also attested to, they have not yielded so much fruit. I don't know if it did not have enough mechanisms, or how it was, the execution of the methods or the books was not adequate. You also raised an issue that triggers the lifestyle audit. And you said the lifestyle audit should be triggered by the disclosures by members. Seated here as the committee, we are still struggling to have the disclosures by the senior management teams. So I don't know, how would we then come to that for as long as we cannot get through this bridge of them submitting their disclosures? Because as you've correctly alluded, maybe you're right, Uguti, their lifestyle should be informed by their disclosures. And thank you for also raising this very serious issue. And maybe in your response, you would as well assist Uguti, how, because you have shown that we don't have commitment from our executives in terms of putting their foot down. So in lieu of that, my question would then be, having taken into consideration that maybe in your explanation, it would make one at ease to understand and to fully be conversant with your presentation. How do you think that the delays in dealing with the precautionary suspensions in finalizing the cases may be time managed? Because some of those are a hindrance and they are costing the taxpayers more than how it should have been. And some may be, in terms of your presentation, may have been wrongly, the suspensions would have been avoided by virtue of us could have gone through a different path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member, through you, Chair. Let me expand. The unfortunate part is that most senior public servants are afraid of implementing discipline because it's not an easy thing. So while is the tools and the instruments are there, is the question of saying it is not implemented. The implementation is a challenge because it is not done timelessly. And part of it, I remember some stage where in a strategic issue, people were saying they feel they are not empowered. And discipline is part of the SMS members' key performance areas. But they avoid it at all costs. One of the two areas that people avoid as senior managers is the issue of discipline and the issue of performance management. End up rewarding mediocrity. So is to ensure that the code of good practice is implemented and is monitored, honourable member. And secondly, that resolution which is there is very clear in terms of what should happen. And there must be an accountability mechanism that is put in terms of that. Also, the issue of that you have correctly alluded to, say the issue of disclosures is a challenge. One of the things then would recommend to the committee, to recommend to the president to say that should form part and parcel of the performance agreement with between the president and the executive. I think one of the areas, therefore, that should be there, those performance agreements that the president spoke about and even appointed the minister for that, is to ensure that such areas are monitored and are evaluated and they're reported on. Because if as you correctly put it, honourable member, if the executing authorities don't put pressures on the officials, then it becomes a challenge. The other thing you have indicated to say the books do not yield much pressure. Yes, to a certain extent, because the challenge should be once they report, there must be the issue of which was spoken about, the issue of accountability. Because if there's no accountability, it becomes a problem. The issue of submission of disclosure forms, which is, and I can tell you, most people who don't want to submit disclosure forms, they've got something to hide. That's for sure. And then it becomes a challenge, one, if the DG or the accounting officer does not take this serious. And secondly, the Public Service Commission would obviously write to the minister or to say, this is an issue, what do you do? Response, they take time. There shouldn't be a leeway. Now, how can we solve that? We can make this an auditable area by the Auditor General. Because if it's audited by the Auditor General, I know at work, if I say something is going to the Auditor General, they take it very seriously. So my recommendation is to say how we need to make this an auditable area so that it's picked up. It's picked up. And the issue of precautionary suspension, which is a serious, as I've indicated that the law there, suspension should happen when a person poses a threat to the process or to the employees. It should not always be that suspension should happen. Now, you can still discipline a person in the organization while it's in the organization if you are sure that that person does not, one, pose a threat to the process. Number two, that person cannot hide the documents or cannot interfere with the process. So precautionary suspension is not always the route to go. It must be necessary, but sometimes people just want to suspend. And sometimes suspension is also one of the sanctions that is implemented. So most of the time we suspend people for a longer period. And the question is, why suspend a person if you are not investigating or you are not sure? There must be a prima facie, and if there's a prima facie, you go straight to the disciplinary process. But it takes time because we suspend. If there is an allegation, people just want to suspend immediately. But you need to look to say, Is the person posing threat? Is the person disturbing the process? If not, you investigate and then you come with a report, and then you go into disciplinary process. I think that is the challenge that we are having. I hope, honourable member, I've answered that. Okay, you also mentioned the issue of people doing business with the state. That is a criminal offence. In terms of the legislation, if you are found that you are doing business with the state, the executing official or accounting officer must charge the person. But not only charge the person, must report that to the law enforcement agencies, because it's not supposed to happen. Now, if it's happening, it's something very, very, very strange. Those are the things that the Public Service Commission should monitor, and the AG should pick it up and recommend and get into the issue of then recovering. I think that's very, very important, because the AG has just been empowered in terms of, it's not about just writing a report. They've been given some tools in terms of how do you deal with these issues, because they create a problem. I mean, Chair, yesterday I was reading in the newspaper where I've said that in one area in Mupani, people employed their relatives, about 11 of them, at a huge amount. Of course, it's a newspaper. I can't vouch for that, but I was just worried to say this. And these people were given the job by the officials who are working for the same municipality. Let me leave it at that, Chair. But those are the things that we need to put controls, because if controls are there, we are able to deal with these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Kumalo. My name is Telly Somkweba. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on PSA and a member of the subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. And based on your research on the Public Service Commission, as you were preparing for this interview, if given this post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, thank you so much, Honourable Member, for the question. Through you, Chair. My vision, Chair, is it will be to ensure that the Public Service Commission plays a bigger role in terms of professionalizing the public service. One, they will be assisting with monitoring, but not only monitoring the public service and conducting investigations. They need to be involved, as I know in the past, they were involved in the assessment of the performance of the head of departments or of the. So my vision is it will be to strengthen that. Number two, I will contribute to ensure that there is a far more interaction between this committee, because this committee has got the power and the tooth to deal with the public service. They can summon anybody, any DG. So those powers will assist, will ensure that with its independent, they are used, because I know that there must be a separation of powers. But you've got the power. We will give you the information. We might not have the power to bite, but we've got somebody that we can then give the body that we can give information, and we can summon anybody. And if it's research and it's accurate, we need to hold one another accountable. So, Honourable Member, in short, what we'll do, those are the things that I will do to ensure, and I would bring this report. I haven't seen it so recently. I don't know. They might have presented it. I even went into the website. I did not see this report. They might be reporting to you on certain aspects, but you need a bird's eye view in terms of the public service, in terms of how is the performance overall, not certain areas. In terms of all those 9 areas, you must have. You must give this committee a view and encapsulate that nicely in what we call a state of the public service report. I've never seen it. It might be there, but I've never seen it. It's missing. It's something which I will then propose to Professor Somadota to say, Prof, let's go back, because during the time of Professor Sangweni, we used to do it and we were involved. And I can tell you, Chair, because we're publicly giving this report, and people are afraid of the public and yourselves. So I would ensure that we go back to that. We strengthen monitoring and evaluation. We strengthen investigations, and the public is sometimes the better monitor, who are actually your constituencies. They will be happy to see is that is Dr. Khumalo performing or not. And sometimes you don't need to do, you just put the report in the public space and it will do wonders. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Khumalo.
Honorable Member.
My name is Voisile Malomane. I'm a member of the Committee Public Service and Administration and also a member of this panel. My question, it will be that there is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. So the question will be, in your own opinion, how could public servant be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, yet it is still going on? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. How do you get this public servants doing business with the state? You'll go to the National Treasury's central database system. I think that will be important to do that. And secondly, when you have found somebody who has done that, you'll then have to deal with the issue decisively. I think that's what I would do. But also the issue, because that is the symptoms, the issue of compliance, which is very, very important, which becomes a trigger, and then also then the issue of monitoring, that will happen. I'm trying to look at, yes, you'll go into the central database, we check. So if all departments have done that, we've done that, because if procurement processes are followed, anybody who needs to be paid by the state must be on the central database, unless people cut corners. And secondly, you will see this if you go to the CIPC, which shows the directorship and so on, you will be able to pick up people in terms of that. And also the e-notice, because sometimes people don't pay in payment. They might give you a nice machine there in order to, as a thank you, or and so on. So you'll check to say, where did you buy this car and so on. And then this office, because it's the issue then of issue of property, you'll also look into the issue of how do people have acquired property. I can assure you, Honorable Member, sometimes I think last year there were about 2 years ago, there were about 4,000, and it was picked up by the central database. So that central database, as Public Service Commission, we need to have serious interest on it, check on it, and as I've indicated, you make this an auditable area by the Auditor General, and where transgressions has happened, decisive actions and disciplinary measures and processes must be followed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sawubona, Dokotela Ukhumalo.
Sawubona, Honorable Member.
I'm Miriam Kibi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also a member of the panel. Mr. Khumalo, the PSC functions are aimed at, among others, to promote the values and principles governing a public administration and to give directions aimed ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. Now, my question is, in your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing a public administration?
Repeat, Honorable Member.
In your own view, Is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service, and how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration?
Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for repeating. Through you, Chair. Chair, I can claim that to a certain extent, the Public Service Commission is making an impact. However, it is not adequate, because if it was adequate, members wouldn't have raised some of the challenges that we are highlighting. So therefore, it needs to be repositioned to ensure that that mandate is expanded, because they're independent. And that independence must therefore give rise to ensure that the public service is effective. Let me give you my honest opinion, Chair. A few years ago, there was a lull in the Public Service Commission because of one of the institutions that I'm interested on. I haven't had much. It's only recently that I've seen it very, very effective. I've seen, and even last, I think 3 weeks ago, I saw them at Mandeni, where they went there, and people were very, very excited. That is the type of impact. You cannot do monitoring and evaluation and investigating, as you have correctly put members to say it is their mandate, in air-conditioned office. You need to be down there. You need to support the downtrodden masses and ensure that they are attended to. So we cannot have a Public Service Commission that is always in the office, whether through its officials and so on. It must be down on the ground, and ensure that it monitors people give service. Let me give you an example, Chair. When you go to, for instance, let's say Home Affairs, because that's where some of the offices are there. You go there at 3 o'clock and it's closed. What for? It's a problem. It's a serious problem. And sometimes you then deal with issues where people give the public the service as if it is a favor. It is not a favor. Chair, let me share with you to say recently I cried because I was helping an ambassador whose pension was paid late. And the ambassador was saying to me, "You are abnormal." I said, "No, but I was doing what I was supposed to do." He said, "No, that's not what we found." Now, the question is the public service doing that? Because they used to have citizen monitoring. They used to ensure, even go there, ensure that the queues are managed, to ensure that people receive the services regardless of where they belong, especially the poorest of the poor. They need service yesterday. So it's very, very important that the Public Service Commission becomes the ear and the eyes of the downtrodden masses of the people of this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. I will preface my question with a preamble and then ask you a question thereafter. It is believed that a responsive, ethical, and value-driven public service depends on, among other things, the investigative function of the Public Service Commission on public administration malpractices, particularly in the areas of irregular appointment and curbing of corruption in government departments. Now, here is the question. How can the Public Service Commission strengthen its role of investigation of unethical conduct and play a meaningful role in assisting government to curb corruption in the public service?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The challenge with the public service is that most of the time, Chair, we react rather than becoming proactive in dealing with these issues. Normally, an investigation follows something that has happened. But if we can come up with a positive mechanism to keep up irregular appointments. Chair, let me give you an example, Honorable Chair. I was involved in this process of being called here. I've seen the fairness. I've seen how things were done. The controls were there. And so much so that whoever wins this position will know to say it was fair and so on. We need then to replicate that across the board. And secondly, HR practices need to be monitored. And I'm happy that the new framework, which I think the public service needs to be part of it, Public Service Commission needs to be part of it, is the professionalization of the public service. That people must be hired based on merit, based on experience, based on the qualification required by the job. And what I like that what has happened recently, Chair, I've seen that the public service, I think probably with your influence as this committee, they've become very, very strong. The issue of qualification, the issue of experience, and the issue of pre-vetting or risk assessment, which you have conducted, needs to be done. There must be controls. The absence of controls is what leads to irregular appointments, is what leads to appointing people who are not fit for those jobs. But and also what I like is that I'm glad to say the professionalization of the public service. It says if a person is good, regardless of which political party or your affiliation and so on, you get the job. It's no longer the issue of saying you are not going to get a job because you don't belong somewhere. So even if somebody is good, but because the people doesn't belong somewhere, public servants must be completely apolitical. But so even if they belong somewhere, when they discharge their duties, they must discharge those duties in a manner that is apolitical, in a manner that is not partisan, and leave politics to the politicians. And public servants must do their work in terms of that. So appointments, Chair, must be very, there must be competency. And experience, qualifications for the job, not to take a person to do a job that they're not competent or able to do, Chair. I hope I've responded.
Is there any follow-up that members want to make? No follow-up, okay. Thank you very much for coming to this interview, but before I release you, I want to put this to you. Do you have any comment you want to make to the panel, or a question perhaps?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the committee. It's for the first time I'm in the interview at this level. With my 29 years experience in the public service, such opportunities were not given to some of us for one reason or the other. Chair, in January, I will be 30 years in the public service, and I've loyally served the public service. But I just want to thank the committee just for the opportunity that they've given me. Apologies, Chair, to be emotional, but also, Chair, I want to say one of the things that drive me. I'm not selling the book. I've written a book that talks about the 3 ills that affect us, which is breaking the cycle of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So as I serve, it's something that drives me to say we are saving the poorest of the poor there. We are saving people who've got no one to cry, and you don't have to know anybody before you are serviced. So I take the Public Service Commission very seriously to say there must be the eyes and ears of the downtrodden masses of this country. So as I serve, and I've seen people crying in the office where I am, and servicing them, it becomes very, very important. Chair, let me end there because I'm emotionally charged, but thank you so much for the opportunity that you and your committee has given me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Of course, you will be informed in writing of the outcome of this interview. We hope to do that in time, not delay. Thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview. You are now released. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
will then get adopted officially for the ATC of the names that are recommended by the subcommittee and the main committee. So currently, those are the two meetings that will then conclude this particular process. And of course, we will then also adopt any outstanding report, minutes of this particular process, Honorable Chair and members.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, I think it's also important that we then in the next meeting get a report of what has been raised by Honorable Kibi, because we must be consistent on how we do things. If the previous activity, candidates were vetted, even these ones must be vetted. That's the first point. The second point, I think, for the deliberations, I will then, before this one, I think also I understand, Chair, that in the first discussion of this morning, the first item, I think in terms of what has been presented as guidelines, we've, collectively agreed that we'll recommend three names. So,
Hello? Can I hear the point of order?
sorry, Honorable. Sorry,
Point of order
it's a
on
point of order.
order.
You're out of order.
Let me call a point.
To come in, the vetting issue is very important. You will recall, Chair, that at some point a name was recommended and was taken to the House, but that person was never appointed as a commissioner. It was a few years back, you remember. So the vetting is very important. We don't want to be embarrassed when we get to the House and find that, a person's name is left hanging and then all these allegations are then resurfacing about a person. So it's very important that the vetting issue be resolved by the time we get to making a decision. We don't want to have such a position where, then we are not able to fill this position because, but I do agree that we need to put more than one name forward. But I tend to agree with you that the decision of how many people to put forward, we should really take when we are deliberating on that day. I feel like now it's a bit too premature. We have noted the recommendation. We have agreed with the recommendation, but we did not agree on the number. And that can be done at a later stage. We've agreed that we need to recommend more than one name because it would be more prudent, given the experience we've had before. So, but I tend to agree with you, Chair. I think let's leave it until the 14th. We can agree and then deliberate or whichever order. But I think that at this point, we've just concluded with the interviews. Let us apply our minds to all the candidates that we've heard from today, and then we can take a decision at that meeting because we'll be deliberating. Here today, we were just conducting interviews. So let's not confuse the two. And the vetting issue, please, that is very important. People need to be vetted, and we need to know at that meeting how many people we are working with that have been vetted. Thank you very much.
Chair, but we need to record our concerns.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I think on the second issue that I've raised, my understanding of the agenda in the morning, we started with the first item on guidelines. So I was reminding this meeting that next week on the 14th, let's not discuss what we have agreed upon in the first item in terms of the guidelines of how many candidates that will be recommended. So I don't understand why comrades believe that I'm out of order. So I was doing that deliberately, Chair, so that in the next meeting, that those guidelines are no longer our item, because we've concluded that process in the morning before we started the second process. So that was my issue, Chair. And the last one, honorable members, I will also, propose that. Because we're doing deliberations, I don't think it needs physical meeting. We can be virtual. That I was going. Okay.
It's going to be virtual.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, but I'm confused. You cannot agree with all of us, having stated different opinions. It's misleading, because I would leave this meeting hoping, thinking that you are in agreement with me, and so as Honorable Mgweba. What Honorable Mgweba is saying, what she was saying, which we have agreed on in the morning, was that we have agreed Uguti we are going to recommend 3 names. And then later today, as the meeting, we are now saying, no, let us not discuss that. We are going to discuss it on Tuesday. So
and now where I'm seated, advise me or correct me if I'm wrong. Where I'm seated as Honorable Komani is that the issue of the guidelines is done. We are going to deliberate, and upon deliberations, we're going to recommend 3 names. Thank you very much.
No, because the guidelines say
Honorable, let me give you an opportunity, Honorable Maloman. I feel we were entering to this discussion now unnecessary. But let me hear Honorable Malomane and then Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to get in the issue of guidelines because we've already done that. It was the first, in the first session that were only us, then we agreed on the issue of 3. And then the issue that I want to ask is that on Tuesday, what if the vetting results are not in? What will happen? Do we continue with the deliberations or what? That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
It's given.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I must stand up because I'm the one who brought the confusion to this meeting. First of all, let me apologize to Honorable Mkweba and Komani because I saw you also hit it up when I was raising. When Honorable Mkweba spoke, I was under the impression that she's saying, let's entertain the issue of we agreed this way this morning. Now let us change our agreement. That's why I stopped her. But now, when we are all speaking, we are all saying the same thing. So I don't know why are we still here? It's Komani that is out of order.
yes, Chair.
Numbers, let us not prolong this.
Yes, no, we're not going to promote. I'm confused because the guidelines talk about 2 nominated best candidates, and now we are talking about 3.
Don't, you see?
No, allow him to clarify. I'm just talking about the guidelines. Hakengani?
I think the meeting, that's what happened in the meeting.
No, the guideline says 2 or 3, and then we deliberated as 3.
And 3.
Chair.
So we are in agreement with 3.
Just to refresh honorable members, I think at the end of the process, yes, the guideline was in 2 or 3, but I even indicated that it's not like as if we as the admin were proposing the number, but then at the end of which I've even recorded it here, that will then reflect in the minutes, and the committee agreed on 3 names. So that was the final.
That's all I wanted clarity on, because the guidelines are saying 2 or 3, and then they talk about the 2 best candidates. So I wanted clarity on what the agreement was. Nekesa ngani, nekesa omani, nekebota.
Aumulato ka ubotsa. Okay, honorable members, now we have found one another. We are in sync now. Let's meet on Tuesday on the virtual platform. I hope by that time the results of vetting will be out. Thank you very much. The meeting now stands adjourned.